Autoridades presentes, senhoras e senhores, bom dia. A Universidade de São Paulo, por meio do Instituto de Estudos Avançados da Universidade de São Paulo, Polo Ribeirão Preto, e da Faculdade de Medicina de Ribeirão Preto da Universidade de São Paulo, organizadores deste evento, sentem-se honrados com a presença de todos nesta cerimônia de abertura do 4º Colóquio Internacional de Gerontologia. Para compor a mesa, convidamos professor doutor Carlos Gilberto Carlotti Júnior, diretor da Faculdade de Medicina de Ribeirão Preto da Universidade de São Paulo. Professora doutora Carla da Silva Santana, coordenadora do 4º Colóquio Internacional de Gerontologia. Professor doutor Oswaldo Bafa Filho, neste ato representando o professor doutor Rudinei Tonito Júnior, coordenador do Instituto de Estudos Avançados da Universidade de São Paulo, Polo Ribeirão Preto. Professor doutor Bernd Seeberg, do Departamento de Gerontologia da University. Professora doutora Valéria Meireles Carril Elui, representando neste ato o professor doutor João Pereira Leite, chefe do Departamento de Neurociências e Ciências do Comportamento da Faculdade de Medicina de Ribeirão Preto da Universidade de São Paulo. Convidamos a professora doutora Carla da Silva Santana para proceder à abertura deste evento.
Prezados, bom dia. É com grande alegria que cumprimento o professor doutor Carlos Gilberto Carlotti Júnior, excelentíssimo diretor da Faculdade de Medicina de Ribeirão Preto, em nome de quem cumprimento os demais autoridades aqui presentes. Prezados participantes, o International Colloquium of Gerontology é um evento internacional que teve seu primeiro encontro na Universidade de Akdeniz, na Turquia, e o segundo na Áustria, o terceiro no Oxford Institute of Population Aid, da Universidade de Oxford, e o quarto está sendo desenvolvido aqui, em nossa universidade. Estes colóquios iniciaram por iniciativa do professor Bernd Seeberg, aqui ao meu lado, docente pesquisador da UMIT University, na Áustria, e esse é um espaço privilegiado para o debate, troca de experiências e conhecimentos acerca do processo de envelhecimento que o nosso país atravessa e que é demanda da academia, da sociedade e do poder público o desenvolvimento de ações políticas e sociais para o idoso. Sabemos o grande desafio que temos pela frente, face encarar uma mudança demográfica tão acelerada quando ainda estamos em passos lentos no processo de desenvolvimento de nosso país, tão desigual e de muitos diferentes Brasis. Assim, temos a honra de pertencer a este grupo proponente deste colóquio, esperando que possamos contribuir e muito para a gerontologia e acalorar o debate de tamanha relevância para o mundo. Sejam bem-vindos, obrigado pela presença e tenham um bom evento.
Convidamos o professor doutor Bernd Seeberg para fazer uso da palavra.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, I am very glad to welcome you all to the 4th Gerontology Colloquium. And I have to thank you to all organization community for the opportunity, University of Sao Paulo, to let it take place here in Ribeirão Preto. We started this colloquium 2010 in Antalya in Turkey, followed by Hall in Austria, 2011, and Oxford in England, 2012. I wish you good presentation, good academic discussion, interesting contacts, and a lot of news. Thank you and obrigado.
Convidamos para fazer uso da palavra o professor doutor Oswaldo Bafa Filho.
Bom dia a todos. O professor Rudinei Toneto, que é o atual coordenador do Polo, infelizmente não pôde estar aqui hoje e pediu que eu viesse representá-lo, missão que eu aceitei com enorme prazer. Porque não só o tema é importante, mas porque o IEA, enquanto eu ainda estava à frente da coordenação, envolveu-se de forma bastante efetiva na organização desse evento. Então, eu estou aqui duplamente gratificado de ver, primeiro, um evento que nós começamos a pensar alguns meses atrás, se consolidar com tamanha participação, tamanho impacto e tamanha relevância para a nossa sociedade. Em segundo lugar, representando o professor Rudinei, que apenas inicia a sua coordenação no Polo e que certamente vai continuar apoiando atividades desse tipo. Eu queria falar uns 2 minutos sobre o que é o Instituto de Estudos Avançados. A gente está acostumado na universidade com essa palavra instituto, e geralmente o que nos vem à mente é de uma unidade acadêmica, como a Faculdade de Medicina, que também é organizadora desse evento, como a Faculdade de Direito, que nos recebe hoje nesse belíssimo anfiteatro, e outras faculdades no campus, filosofia, química, odonto, farmácia, etc. Né? O IEA ele é um instituto que não tem atividade didática, ele não é responsável por cursos, nem de graduação, nem de pós-graduação, e não tem um quadro docente permanente. Então, para que serve esse instituto? Serve justamente para apoiar iniciativas como essa, ou seja, estimular o debate de temas que normalmente não cabem em uma única unidade de ensino. Certamente o tema do envelhecimento ele é um tema transversal. Ele envolve, obviamente, a parte de saúde, ele envolve a parte de economia, ele envolve as tecnologias, né? E aí a minha área, que é a física médica, também tem contribuições a dar. Enfim, ele é um tema transversal que deve e é mais apropriadamente agasalhado, abrigado, num instituto como esse, como o IEA. De modo que eu fico muito contente em ver que aquela sementinha que nós plantamos aí alguns meses atrás já cresceu, já deu uma bela árvore aqui frondosa. E eu gostaria, né, queria lançar até um desafio para a professora Carla e os demais participantes, que tornassem essa atividade perene, transformando agora essa iniciativa que hoje nos dá esse evento em um grupo de trabalho no IEA. Quer dizer, o IEA poderia ser o grupo que poderia, então, organizar as ações nessa área, abrigando, então, todos os pesquisadores e dando toda a infraestrutura que é possível ser oferecida através desse polo, com esse aspecto que eu falei de transdisciplinaridade, transunidade, né, englobando todas as atividades. Então, eu fico muito contente e, novamente, em meu nome, em nome do professor Rudinei, queria dar as boas-vindas a todos, aqueles que não são de Ribeirão, aproveitem a cidade, vejam o que a gente tem de interessante aqui, é uma cidade essencialmente de serviços, universitária, com bastante opções de lazer e entretenimento, e desejar, então, a todos uma jornada bastante profícua e que seja recompensadora a todos que vieram de perto e de longe. Muito obrigado.
Convidamos o professor doutor Carlos Gilberto Carlotti Júnior para fazer uso da palavra.
Bom dia a todos. Inicialmente eu gostaria de parabenizar a professora Carla pela organização do evento, por parabenizar o professor Seeberger pela possibilidade de realizar esse quarto colóquio internacional aqui no Brasil e aqui na nossa faculdade. O professor Bafa, que até então, alguns dias atrás, o presidente do IEA, que certamente participou da colaboração ativamente desse evento, e aqui representando o professor Rudinei, e a professora Valéria também, como representante do departamento de neurologia da nossa faculdade e, acredito também, o grupo de terapia ocupacional. Eu acho que é bastante importante para a faculdade ter um evento desse tipo. Eu não quero tirar a fala do professor Jair a seguir, mas a nossa pirâmide populacional tem sofrido uma mudança muito grande nos últimos anos e nós precisamos mudar a nossa escola médica dependendo desse perfil populacional. Então, até poucos anos, quando eu digo aí, talvez 10, 20 anos, a gerontologia não era uma área forte na nossa faculdade, e depois a faculdade entendeu que essa área deveria ser criada, deveria ser desenvolvida. Atualmente nós temos 3 professores ligados a essa área, o professor Júlia, a professora Nereida, acho que estão todos aqui na programação, e o professor Ferrioli, e outros profissionais têm se dedicado também a essa área de outras atividades. Eu coloco a professora Carla aqui como líder na colaboração do desenvolvimento da gerontologia no nosso meio. E é importante que nós tenhamos a experiência de profissionais, principalmente da Europa, que já tem uma maior vivência com esse problema, por nos dar subsídios de como nós devemos desenvolver e aperfeiçoar o atendimento ao idoso no nosso meio. Então, eu queria novamente parabenizar, dar boas-vindas a todos os nossos convidados europeus e da América Latina que estão participando desse evento. Certamente, a faculdade e o nosso ensino de graduação e de pós-graduação e de residência médica não será o mesmo depois desse evento. Nós vamos associar o input aí, os conhecimentos de vários profissionais, e certamente nós vamos sair desse evento melhores do que nós fazemos até então. Então, parabéns a Karen, em nome de todos os colegas que organizaram esse evento, e também agradecer à Faculdade de Direito por nos receber nesse auditório, mais um evento da Faculdade de Medicina. E o Bafa não comentou, mas o IEA vai ser agora na sede do Banespa, né, Bafa? Não é isso? Então, assim que o Banespa sair daqui, o IEA vai ter uma sede física e certamente vai poder colaborar mais com as nossas atividades, principalmente que nós vamos ser vizinhos de portas. Só tem uma rua que vai separar a Faculdade de Medicina do IEA. Então, boas-vindas a todos, a Ribeirão, Preto, ao Brasil, à Faculdade de Medicina. Espero que todos tenham um excelente evento.
Desface a mesa. Dando prosseguimento, convidamos o professor doutor Jair Lício Ferreira, docente do Departamento de Medicina Social da Faculdade de Medicina de Ribeirão Preto, da Universidade de São Paulo, para proferir a conferência de abertura Envelhecimento da População Brasileira.
Bom dia a todos. Eu quero inicialmente cumprimentar o nosso diretor, professor Carlotti, em nome de quem saúdo os nossos colegas todos aqui presentes. Cumprimentar o professor Bafa pela sua participação no IEA e pela sua ajuda na construção deste colóquio. Cumprimentar o professor Seberger, em nome de quem quero dar as boas-vindas e as saudações aos nossos participantes internacionais. E agradecer à professora Carla Santana e à organização do evento pela indicação do meu nome para esta abertura. O plano de apresentação segue o viés da minha formação que é a demografia. Tentarei trazer para a nossa reflexão questões que julgo relevantes e, quem sabe, responder a algumas perguntas que, no meu entendimento, não têm recebido a devida atenção. Nesses 2 dias de trabalho, deveremos tratar de vários temas voltados para idoso, envelhecimento, cuidados e assuntos relacionados a eles, como as condições crônicas, a fragilidade. Eu começo por perguntar por quê? Por que tratamos como recentes, quase como novidades, esses tópicos no Brasil? O professor Carlotti mencionou, faz pouco mais de 20 anos que se iniciou uma intensa atividade acadêmica sobre o envelhecimento. Projetos pioneiros próximos de nós foram o projeto Epidoso da Unifesp, de São Paulo, que é de 1991, o projeto SAB, de São Paulo, Faculdade de Saúde Pública, que é de 2000, e o projeto Bambuí, da Fiocruz, da Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais, que é de 97. Pergunto, por que assim recentemente? Terá o envelhecimento brasileiro começado há pouco tempo? Não teria sido possível prever? Na verdade, essas questões servirão como via de entrada para a primeira parte dos comentários sobre o envelhecimento da população. Quero tratar na segunda parte como se deu esse envelhecimento e na terceira fazer breves considerações sobre as suas consequências. Eu não pretendo que consigam ler com clareza, né? Trata-se do registro nos periódicos CAPES do artigo original de Warren Thompson sobre aquilo que viria a ser conhecido como a teoria da transição demográfica. O importante é, vejam a data de publicação, acho que consigam ler, sim, na referência, de 1929. E aqui, a reprodução do artigo original de Omran sobre a transição epidemiológica. Veja a data de 71. Aqui está o modelo das duas transições. Aqui é uma discussão paralela, há quem diga que seja uma só transição, né, epidemiológica e demográfica. Eu compartilho dessa ideia. Mas, enfim, esse é o modelo clássico, que levou cerca de 200 a 300 anos para alterar, para passar do regime de altas taxas de natalidade para baixas taxas de natalidade e de mortalidade em um grupo grande de países. Como tudo isso aconteceu no Brasil e em vários outros países emergentes. Aqui está a transição brasileira e as projeções para um futuro até 2050. Pode-se verificar, então, que a queda da mortalidade ocorreu desde as primeiras décadas do século XX. Mas a queda da natalidade era bem lenta, até a década de 60. Aqui podemos tentar a resposta à primeira pergunta daquelas que formulei. A transição, no sentido estrito, queda da natalidade juntamente com queda de mortalidade, se inicia na década de 60. Porque o interesse maior vai surgir apenas mais tarde, depois do censo de 1990. Talvez este senhor, Alfred Lotka, possa nos dar uma pista. No início do século passado, vejam que a referência aqui é de 39, mas ele já escrevia sobre isso desde a década de 1910. No início do século passado, ele descrevia a teoria das populações estáveis, que pode explicar por que não nos demos conta do envelhecimento já em 1970. Está mencionado aí, parte das conclusões da sua teoria, os efeitos das variações na mortalidade produzem efeitos de apenas segunda ordem na estrutura etária. Quem mexe mais com a estrutura etária, vamos dizer assim, efeitos de primeira ordem, é a fecundidade. De fato, vejam que nossa estrutura etária só vai ter alterações notáveis a partir do censo de 91 e confirmados em 2000. As flechinhas em azul e vermelho estão apontando as grandes alterações, né? As pirâmides de 60, 70, 80, até 91 têm praticamente o mesmo perfil. Em 91 aparece uma dilatação lá no topo da pirâmide, que são os idosos sobrevivendo mais, e um encolhimento na sua base com a queda da fecundidade, o que se acentua em 2000. Então, sabemos quando se iniciou o envelhecimento brasileiro. A resposta à segunda pergunta que eu havia formulado é sim. Era possível projetar, utilizando as técnicas de projeções demográficas de Outubro, que são de 1926, e assim prever o ritmo e o volume de nosso envelhecimento nos anos seguintes. E isso foi feito. Em 1974, comemorou-se pela primeira vez o Ano Mundial de População. E o Comitê Internacional para a Cooperação de Pesquisas em Demografia, que aparece aí na base do livro como SICRED, patrocinou uma série de livros sobre demografia de vários países. Esses livros, a propósito, estão disponíveis no site do SICRED, que é www.sicredi.org. São mais de uma centena de livros, de demografia de vários países do mundo. Eu fui convidado a escrever o capítulo do livro do Brasil, que é o que aparece aí, sobre justamente a projeção da população brasileira. Há uma versão em português publicada na Revista de Saúde Pública desse capítulo de projeções. E aqui estão parte dos resultados. Aí aparecem projeções de 80, 90 e 2000. Eu estou me referindo a 2000. O que nos interessa é a população acima de 60 anos, marcadas em azul na tabela. E, se fizermos as contas, foi um resultado bastante preciso. A propósito, essa técnica é bastante robusta, né? A técnica de projeção por componentes de método. Notar que era uma projeção de 30 anos, né? Não era para se esperar uma precisão tão grande. Mas, enfim, a população ajustada para 1º de julho pelo IBGE, ele usou o censo e as outras estimativas, comparada com a nossa projetada, dá um erro de apenas 3%. Então, nós podíamos ter previsto, né, o envelhecimento já no meio da década de 70. Mas não fizemos, né? Não nos demos conta, talvez, do imenso acontecimento que estava se aproximando. Poderíamos, na verdade, ter tido algum tipo de atividade, de colóquio, né, como este, já há 40 anos atrás. Eu gostaria de registrar esse fato para uma primeira reflexão. Em seguida, da segunda parte, veremos como se deu esse envelhecimento. Vamos adotar ainda o conceito demográfico de tamanho, composição e distribuição para mencionar brevemente as tendências do nosso caso. Inicialmente, o tamanho. Podemos notar o aumento da participação de idosos no total populacional. que é a segunda coluna, a porcentagem ali, a terceira coluna, sobretudo a partir de 1980, está marcado em vermelho. O contingente dobrou numericamente entre 1991 e 2000. Vejam que na coluna dos números, né, passa de 10 milhões e 700 mil para 20 milhões e 600 mil. Dobrou, portanto, o número de idosos em 9 anos. Isso quanto ao número. Quanto à composição, amplia-se a participação dos idosos e, entre eles, as mulheres. É chamada feminilização do envelhecimento. Nossas parceiras do mundo são agraciadas por uma vida maior, né, que a natureza lhes dá. Eu chamo isso de uma injustiça divina, mas eu acho que está bom assim. A distribuição, veja que isso são porcentagem de população acima de 60 anos no Brasil, originalmente por município, né? Então, uma concentração onde há maior densidade populacional e, mais ou menos, segue a distribuição da população em região urbana. Eu digo mais ou menos porque não é exatamente, né? Tem uma proximidade. Se olharem aqui os dois gráficos, fica mais fácil de percebermos. Essas foram as grandes mudanças, né? Vamos ver as suas composições. A primeira delas, a mortalidade, a probabilidade de sobrevivência de 0 a 60 anos, que é essa primeira coluna em vermelho, cresce de 44% praticamente. Se olharem a última linha, nos dá o aumento percentual desses números entre a década de 50, 70 e 2010. E a esperança de vida cresce, a esperança de vida aos 60 anos, né, cresce 28%. Podem notar ainda o grande crescimento da esperança de vida a nascer, que cresce 32,5%, né? Entre, portanto, 50 anos. Mas a proporção de idosos não cresce apenas pela queda da mortalidade, né? Aqui temos o resultado da componente fecundidade. Notar a drástica diminuição do número de filhos por mulher, que é a medida da taxa de fecundidade total, especialmente a partir de 70, sendo que entre 2000 e 2010 nós chegamos ao valor de 2,1, que é considerado o nível de reposição populacional. A fecundidade total nos dá o número de filhos por mulher. Se cada mulher deixasse em seu lugar 2 pessoas, que seriam então 2 filhos por mulher, estaria como que repondo, né, a população. É preciso um pouco mais devido à atuação da mortalidade entre os filhos. Então, 2,1 é considerado um nível de reposição. Então, nós estamos abaixo do nível de reposição e isso ocorreu entre 2000 e 2010. A queda da fecundidade ocorre em todas as regiões do Brasil, inclusive na região norte, que é a única a permanecer acima do nível de reposição populacional. Veja que a região norte ainda estava em 2010 com 2,47, voltou a cair pelas indicações, voltou a cair, mas ainda permanece acima do nível de reposição. As diferenças de fecundidade entre as regiões que era acentuada entre 60 e 70, se olharem os picos ali da região norte, está referindo justamente a 1960, elas diminuem e convergem para valores baixos hoje observados. Então, não só a fecundidade caiu, como ela se colimou num nível mais semelhante, menos variado no Brasil como um todo. Nós vimos, então, o tamanho da mudança, a composição da mudança, o envelhecimento, as suas componentes, mortalidade, fecundidade, mas essas mudanças ocorrem, são algumas delas necessárias para acompanhar o envelhecimento e outras decorrentes delas. Elas ocorrem no seio da nossa sociedade, que também tem que se transformar, né? Vamos ver, então, essas mudanças sociais que acompanharam o envelhecimento, quer por decorrência, quer por necessidade. A primeira delas, eu mencionaria a mudança no âmbito das normas que regem a nossa convivência, que são as leis. A Política Nacional de Idosos é promulgada por uma lei de 1994, e em 2004 nós temos uma lei que regulamenta, que é o Estatuto do Idoso. Entre outras coisas, elas propiciam amparo legal para a situação de idoso, vários itens, né? Lazer, cultura, transporte, assistência, previdência, etc. Amanhã, a propósito, deverá haver uma palestra sobre o direito do idoso com a doutora Luciana. Mais mudanças. Nós temos uma nova atividade que se consolida, né? Os cuidadores. Novos conceitos, novas tecnologias. Eu menciono aqui apenas 2 itens para não me estender. Um deles é a regulamentação da profissão de cuidador. A professora Sueli Marques terá uma palestra sobre a política de cuidados. E menciono novas abordagens para síndromes presentes na pessoa idosa e novas tecnologias para assisti-los. Há 2 palestras referentes a esse tópico, uma com o Dr. Ferrioli e Júlio Guti, e outra com a professora Valéria. Mais idosos sobrevivendo, né? A atenção ao idoso requer uma abordagem multidisciplinar. Seus agravos são complexos, o que impulsionou mudanças na constituição de equipe de saúde. O professor Carlotti propriamente mencionou o aspecto da escola médica, né? Necessidade de alterações curriculares, com o aumento do número de idosos. E aqui eu menciono 2 profissões apenas, mostro os dados de 2 profissões, de fisioterapia e fonoaudiologia, mas isso ocorre com psicólogos, com nutricionistas, terapeutas, educadores físicos, etc., que tiveram um crescimento necessário pela demanda, né? Muito grande a partir de 1950. Alterações que decorrem do idoso, né? Eu menciono uma das mais importantes, que é alterações nos gastos públicos. Pensando em custos da Previdência Social, aqui há uma relação entre número de contribuintes e número de beneficiários de 1929 até 2000. Veja que ele é decrescente a partir de 1929, 39, né? Que foi o pico da regimentação de contribuintes para o sistema. E significa que nós estamos tendo cada vez menos contribuintes com relação ao mesmo número de beneficiários. A projeção dos gastos na Previdência Social entre 2002 e 2030, supondo um crescimento do PIB, do Produto Interno Bruto, e do salário mínimo fixos a 2% após 2012. Você tem que fazer alguma suposição sobre isso. Qualquer que seja a suposição sobre esse crescimento, vai originar uma curva crescente de gastos públicos na previdência social. As internações hospitalares dos idosos são mais custosas do que a dos adultos mais jovens, e com o envelhecimento é de se esperar, portanto, um maior custo social para a hospitalização. Nós temos aí, comparando duas faixas etárias em todas as regiões do Brasil, e no Brasil como um todo, vejam que o custo médio por faixa etária, per capita por faixa etária, é bem maior para idosos. É o que se observa nesta projeção, que considera exclusivamente o efeito demográfico. Isto é, estamos supondo custos por procedimentos constantes e taxas de internação observadas constantes também. Esse é o efeito puro do crescimento do número de idosos, crescimento demográfico do número de idosos. O gasto hospitalar por faixa etária, não sei se ficou claro, o azul que está aqui embaixo são os mais jovens, era 14, 15 a 19, 60 anos e mais está alcançando o restante da população. Somos pessimistas, né, falando de custos realmente, etc. Mas a demografia propiciou uma oportunidade, conhecida como janela de oportunidades, ao provocar uma diminuição na taxa de dependência total. E essa diminuição é o que poderia fazer com que se acumulasse mais, poupasse mais e redistribuir riquezas, né? 2020 será o ponto mínimo dessa taxa. Não sei se estão recordados todos, mas a taxa de dependência mede a proporção de idosos com relação aos que não são, né? Idosos e crianças. Ou seja, se coloca no numerador todos aqueles que possivelmente sejam dependentes, crianças mais idosos, e no denominador a população que possivelmente apoia esses dependentes. Vejam que a taxa de dependência de idosos na linha verde vai crescendo, a de dependência de crianças vai decrescendo, então se forma uma curva entre 1990, 2000 até 2030, uma baixa na curva azul, que é a taxa de dependência. Nesse ponto é que se diz que são a janela de oportunidades, de redistribuição, de economia, de poupança e de aplicação, né, investimento. Alguns especialistas sugerem que essa oportunidade foi perdida, porque a acumulação nessa época foi pequena, os investimentos que possam ser feitos requerem algum tempo para maturação, né? E nós estamos chegando já perto do ponto onde a curva volta a subir. Com tantas figuras, eu não tenho espaço para mencionar, mas há uma conferência ainda hoje pela manhã sobre envelhecimento e crescimento econômico. Estou citando agora do professor Miners. Para chegar perto da conclusão, né? E o futuro? O que nos reservam essas tendências, né? Em termos objetivos, de números, o crescimento do número de idosos é a primeira informação importante. Nós devemos chegar aos 66 milhões de idosos em 2050. Se esse número não espantar muito, vamos pensar em 2030, que está mais perto, que seriam 41 milhões de idosos, quase 20% da população total. A fecundidade se estabilizaria. Vejo aí na coluna da taxa de fecundidade total, que aí por volta de 2030, já 2020 está próximo de 1,6, 1,5. A população para de crescer, né? São os últimos resultados da Fundação IBGE. Ela para de crescer aí em torno de 2040, vejo que 2050 ela já é menor. a esperança de vida continua subindo, o índice de envelhecimento e a razão de dependência de idosos atingindo valores bastante altos. É isso que está nos esperando, né? Há muitas pessoas que temem esses números, né? Eu penso sim que devemos ter alguma preocupação com eles. São números bastante fortes, né? Mas não devemos temê-los. Ao contrário, devemos reconhecer onde se situam verdadeiramente as nossas dificuldades. O colóquio que agora iniciamos poderá trazer contribuições importantes para o enfrentamento desses desafios. Muito obrigado a todos.
A organização do 4º Colóquio de Gerontologia comunica que os pôsteres de 1 a 31 serão avaliados às 12h30 e os de 32 a 61 às 17 horas. Agora, no saguão, faremos um intervalo com a apresentação de danças circulares das idosas do ciclo operário de Vila Tibério. Dando prosseguimento ao evento, o professor Dr. George Lisson, da Universidade de Oxford, irá proferir a palestra Podemos lidar com tudo isso que está morrendo? Um retorno à demografia da morte.
Bom dia, muito obrigado pelo convite a este maravilhoso page. E desejo parabenizar o sucesso deste 4º colóquio. That was my Portuguese. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Do I need to do my Portuguese again? No, okay, good. But in English, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the invitation and wonderful conference, and thank you to the organizers here, but also to the organizers from the Tyrol who established this series of colloquia. I'm going to be following on in some way from the presentation that opened the colloquium, Professor Ferreira, who eloquently outlined the demographic change in Brazil in particular. Despite my title, A Return to the Demography of Death, I'm actually going to be talking about a success story. Demographically, we are in the middle of a huge success. And it's a success because so many of us are living so long, and so healthy. And that has been a dream of humankind, that as many of us as possible should live as long as possible. Well, listen, we've achieved that. Unfortunately, now, there are still many academics, policymakers, politicians around the world who tell us that this is a problem. Our success story has become a problem. And as Professor Ferreira ended his lecture with a quote that I made in an interview a couple of years ago, as a demographer, I don't see it as a problem. I don't regard any demography as being a problem. What creates the problems is the fact that we and our families, our communities, our societies are unable to accommodate this new demography. And I'm going to talk through this new demography, which is actually a return to a demography of death. So yes, we're all living a lot longer, but it does mean that at some point in the future, we are going to experience death at the population level, at a level which we haven't experienced for 200 years in terms of numbers. And that's just what I want to talk through. And in telling you this success story, albeit about death, I will actually look at these demographics and how certain we can be of the demographics. Demographers are probably overly certain. We feel when we make predictions that we're on pretty safe ground. As a demographer, I don't feel that we're on safe ground at all. But I think we're on a very good ground, and probably the future is going to be, in inverted commas, even better than we're predicting. This is the population pyramid for Brazil, which Professor Ferreira also showed you, and it's a very classical population pyramid, and for the time being, it still looks like a pyramid. Lots of people at the bottom, and as those people slowly die out, we get the pyramid form. But notice the base of the pyramid is beginning to shrink. And as Professor Ferreira pointed out, it's because here in Brazil, as in much of the world, people are not having children. So on the one hand, we're living longer lives, but the young people in our populations are not having children. In the very, 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 very long run, that is bad. That is a bad demography, because it would mean that a population would die out. And of course that would never happen, because we as a species would react to that. So this is what it looks like at the moment. This is the predictions, and on this side we've got, I think this is numbers, and this side is proportions. So basically the outside of all of this is the one that we've just been looking at, and this is the future distribution of the Brazilian population. So it's this figure in the middle, the black one. And as you see, that is no longer a pyramid. In fact, this is more like a skyscraper that tapers off, and then right at the top we have the radio antenna, as skyscrapers have. Now this is happening in many countries in the world, but it's happening very quickly in Brazil. As you heard in the first presentation, certainly in Europe, where the demographic transition was defined, if you like, and it happened, it took 200 years to get where we are. to get to a stage where we have very low fertility and very low mortality. 200 years. And in those 200 years, we had plenty of time, slowly but surely, to introduce all the infrastructures which, in theory at least, enable us to accommodate that changing demographic. In Brazil, other places in Asia, it's happening in one generation. That fertility decline is going from very high to very low, one generation. Just think, how many brothers and sisters do your parents and grandparents have? And think how many brothers and sisters you have. And think how many children do you think you're going to have? And that says everything about that change in behavior, but also how quickly it's happening. And that is why governments around the world are struggling to accommodate this changing demographic, because it is happening so quickly. So, more and more of us are living longer and longer. This is just a couple of quotes from our Office of National Statistics in the UK. As you can see, what they are saying, and I should add that offices of national statistics are usually very, very careful and conservative when they make such statements. What they're saying is about a third of children being born in the UK today will survive to celebrate their 100th birthday. A third of them. That is huge. In generations previous, and just going back to our parents and grandparents, we were talking about maybe 5% at most, even less than that, who would celebrate their 100th birthday of a generation, of a cohort. Not only that, but somewhere around a fifth of those who are aged 65 today will also celebrate their 100th birthday. It's unheard of. This really is a new demographic. And the number of centenarians, this is just in England, as you can see from the figures. At the moment, we have about 14,000 centenarians in England. It's going to reach almost 300,000 by the middle of the century. 1.3 million by the end of the century. A centenarian is someone who is 100 years old. That is such a difference. Compare this to what has happened in terms of aging and old people in the past. Okay? Old age is nothing new. Old people are nothing new. The difference today, compared with 100 years ago, is that there are now so many old people. We're now moving, as we say in English, we are moving the goalposts. So what happened in terms of just old is expected to happen in terms of extremely old and centenarians. There have always been people who lived to 100, but they would be just one or two. But we are expecting 1.3 million in Britain, in England, by the end of the century. So it's a completely different demographic, very, very different ball game. How did we do this? And again, following on from that first presentation, how did we do this? Well, basically, we've stopped people dying very young. We've moved from juvenile mortality to people dying in later life. And that has to be a success. And that's what this figure also depicts. These are what we call survival curves, which you may or may not be familiar with. But what this survival curve shows, it's a rather artificial portrayal, but what we have here is survivors. What we have here are survivors. So what we're saying here, let's imagine 1,000 people all born at the same time. And the time is these different years on the curves. They're all born at the same time, 0 years of age. We watch them as they age, and eventually they die out. No one is left alive of the 1,000 who are up here. Okay, if we go back, these are just models, but if we go back to the middle of the 16th century, which is the lower curve, what is happening? Well, we can see that 35% of that original cohort is dead before the age of 10. 35% of a cohort of babies was dead before they reached the age of 10. 50%. It took about 40 years. 50%, 40, 45 years. For half of that cohort to die. That was the demography before the demographic transition. And what you see, of course, is that we're slowly taking this curve and we're pushing it up into this corner. We're forcing it up into this corner. So we've got rid of all of this mortality in youth and early life. So if we come to the more recent one, you can see that up here, basically nothing is happening for a large part of our lives. So unless we jump off very high bridges or drive very fast cars very recklessly on the roads, we will survive to old age. Because we typically think of old age as being around 60, 65, which of course we need to rethink completely. That's a different lecture. I'll have to come back next year and do that if I get an invitation. Yes, I've got an invitation, so I'll be coming back next year to do that. But if you think about the 60 to 65, well look, it's about 95% of that cohort now survives to old age. 50% are not dying before the age of 45. We've got 50% still alive at 85. And with the demography of centenarians, we will have 50% alive at 100. So the ONS, the Office of National Statistics, as I said, we're a little conservative. They're saying a third, but we're potentially heading to a demography with half of a generation surviving to 100. Now just think about that. Will we still educate ourselves for 22 years? And then work for 30, 40 years? And then live for another 40, 50, 60 years doing nothing? And with all due respect, doing nothing but dancing. No, I mean, it does not add up. We cannot look at these demographies and assume it is changing, but everything else will stay the same. So for those of you who are students at this university, and probably around 20 years of age, the future for you is not retirement at age 55 or 60. It's probably retirement at 75, 80, or even 85. Because as Professor Ferreira pointed out, if we keep everything else the same, there is no way this country is going to be able to support that number of people. And they won't need supporting. That's the other point. They will be healthier much longer than the generations that we know today. So this is this fantastic success story. But of course, what is happening, as you will see, it's all happening inside this box. we have great difficulty projecting ourselves beyond 100 years of age. It's all stopping here. Well, does that mean that this curve will just get pushed further and further into the corner? 95% of us will survive until we're 99 years of age, and then we'll all be dead when we reach 100. The mathematics would work, but realistically that is unlikely to be the case. How is this achieved? Well, some data from England and Wales. It's looking at a particular age group. It's males aged 65 to 74. Now, you remember Professor Ferreira talked about how, in actual fact, in Brazil, the prediction from the 1970s for the number of old people was very accurate. Okay? But a word of warning. Do not become complacent and think that that means demographers are able to predict very accurately. Because the reason why it was accurate then is because of what I'm going to show you now actually didn't happen in Brazil, but it's happening now. And it's this decline in late life, midlife and late life mortality. If we go back to predictions that were made 30, 40, 50 years ago, all of the demographers and statisticians were saying that midlife and late life mortality was pretty constant. It was one of those things in life that we could just rely on. In other words, people died on time. They didn't go on living beyond the point at which our models said they would die. But then this began to happen. So if you look at the UK, you see that it took 68 years for the first 20% decline in mortality for this group. The next 20% decline only took 17 years. The next one only took 10 years. And the next one took 6 years and 6 years. So our decline in mortality is happening faster and faster. Okay. Still asking ourselves, how did we get here? This is a wonderful graph. It shows the highest life expectancy anywhere in the world for males, the blue, and for females, the red. This is going back to 1840, right up to into the 21st century. So more than 150 years of data here. Now, what should surprise you is that this is a perfect correlation over time. This is the maximum life expectancy. Different countries, maybe it starts in France, and then it's the UK, and then it's Sweden, and it's Iceland, and then it's Sweden, and now it's Japan, and Japan, and Japan. But apart from little hiccups here, okay, in the 1920s, just around the First World War and the Depression, it's a beautiful, beautiful line in correlation between the two. And basically, what is happening here is we're increasing this maximum life expectancy. And look how perfect it is in the last half of the 20th century. We're increasing this maximum life expectancy by 2.5 years every 10 years. That's 3 months every year. Now, if I were talking for 1 hour, I'm not, don't worry, I won't be talking for 1 hour. But if I were talking for 1 hour, this would mean, generally speaking, this is a terrible generalization, but it would mean that your life expectancy at the end of the hour would be 15 minutes longer than it was when you came in. Plus, you've lived that hour. Okay, that is what is happening in the world. That is how quick. That should be some consolation for all the students here when they have to sit through these terribly boring lectures at university. Just think, don't worry, it's an extra 15 minutes of my life. And as long as you don't have to spend all those extra 15 minutes listening to boring lectures, then it's probably okay. But this is fantastic. So why would we not think that this will carry on? If we look at this trend, surely the obvious thing to say is, it's just going to carry on. I won't dwell too long on this. These are just some expectations of life at birth, which in fact reflect some of what Professor Ferreira put up for Brazil. We've got some European countries, typically the top ones, and then we've got some countries here in Latin America, typically the bottom ones. Now, of course, what is interesting is, while there was some divergence here in the middle of the 20th century, that has pretty much disappeared. It's pretty much disappeared, both for men and for women. It's gone. So these global differences in how long we can expect to live are slowly being eroded away. And we're becoming a very globalized world in terms of population aging. And look at the predictions. The predictions are going up, up, up. And demographers, this is to the end of the century, demographers start to get very, they get very worried here. They sort of get parachute sickness. They want to get back down to earth. They don't like this continuing. So they say it will start to level off, because we don't want to get into the upper stratospheres. But why should it? Why should it level off? This is females, it's the same. Okay, we've got the divergence between Europe and Latin America, and it's disappeared. And then we're all going in the same direction. So these projections, of course, these are UN projections, actually, just to make sure we're making the same mistake everywhere. These are UN projections. But continued increases in our life expectancy. Expectation of life at 65, the data gets a little bit sporadic, particularly in this part of the world. But even so, the picture is one of convergence between Latin America and Europe and increasing life expectancies at age 65. So we're not dying on time, as I said a little earlier. That's females, and that's the same picture, 65 for males. So, as a good scientist, we should ask ourselves, are we good at this? Do we get our predictions right? And the answer is no. Very simple. Demographers are like economists. Have the economists left the room? Not all of them. We've got one left, but I know Norbert, so he's okay. We're like economists and weather forecasters. We're very good at telling you what happened. We're less good at telling you what's going to happen. And just a couple of examples here. This is going back to the 1920s, talking about maximum life expectancy. And Dublin said that the life expectancy limit was predicted to be 64.75 years for both males and females. We would lose the divine difference between males and females even. And that the limit was 64.75. Even as he was writing this in 1928, he was wrong. Because that life expectancy had already been surpassed in New Zealand. We can then fast forward to a good colleague of ours in Oxford. He's from Chicago, J.L. Shansky. 20 years ago or more, he said there was a limit of 35 years at age 50. But only 6 years later, the Japanese had proved him wrong. And these people, these are experts in the field. So are we good? Do we get them right? No. Are we getting better? Well, that's a question. To try and exemplify that, I got some data here. Again, it's from the UK. These are predictions for what we call cohort life expectancy into the future, and they've been made just 2 years apart. Okay, so we've taken the predictions that the National Statistical Office did, just 2 years difference. Now, with it only being 2 years difference, of course, if you like, the error is not that great. But you can see both for females that the early prediction is below the later prediction, and the same for males. So even when we are adjusting our predictions, and the Office of National Statistics in the UK now adjusts its predictions every year because they get it wrong every year. And then we can ask ourselves, is it surprising that policymakers do not know what to do with these demographics when the National Statistical Offices are changing the predictions every year? The dangerous consequence of that is that politicians say, oh, then let's not, we can't really plan for this aging population because nobody's able to tell us what's really happening. Let me move on to ask ourselves, can it continue? Can we continue increasing life expectancy? And this is again J. Olshansky at the beginning of this century, who worked out, and similar calculations show the same sort of thing for most developed demographies, that if we could eliminate cancer, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes, we would add 12 years to our life expectancy. Now, that calculation in its own right is pretty uninteresting. Because basically what it's saying is cancer and cardiovascular disease and diabetes are actually big killers, and if we could get rid of them, we would all live a lot longer. I think we probably know that, but what we now know is it would add 12 years. What we have to ask is that realistic? Is there a potential? Is there out there something that makes us think we could eliminate cancer, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes? If we can address cardiovascular disease, combine that with the fact that every generation of people coming through is better educated than previous generations and have been educated for longer, those two things together would actually defuse the other bomb related to aging populations, which is a tsunami of dementia. So if we're able to address cardiovascular, given the educational levels that are increasing, it would mean not fewer people, but less risk of dementia. It wouldn't mean fewer people because the cohorts coming through are bigger. And in fact, the latest data from the UK do show that the risk of dementia is declining because of success with cardiovascular disease and because of increasing educational attainment for the new generations of older people coming through. So that's really interesting. But do we think there's something out there that could do all of this? Well, this is gets to be a bit science fiction-y, but here are some quotes about long life. Going back to the 1990s. The first one, the possibilities of lengthening life appear practically unlimited. Gosh, we get dizzy thinking about that. The only practical limit to human lifespan is the limit of human technology. That is electrical engineering, engineering technologies, but also medical technologies. And of course, the big one there is stem cell therapy, which potentially really could extend our lives beyond what even some of these people are imagining. The third one is interesting. Aubrey de Grey. The cure for aging is no longer science fiction. Now, why is that interesting? It's interesting because of that word, the cure for aging. He's saying aging is a disease. We have been programmed to believe that aging is natural. Aubrey is saying, no, it isn't. Does every organism on this planet age? No. There are organisms on this planet which do not age. Non-aging is not the same as immortality. But there are organisms which don't age. If we translated that to the human lifespan, it would mean that our life expectancy would be about 8,336 years, which is an awful long time. An awful long time. I've been a bit more modest, and I've written that the 21st century is the century of centenarians, which is what we have here. So those figures that I presented you for the UK, well, look in Brazil. Okay, these are thousands. Up here. Wait a minute, it's not that one, it's that one. That's Brazil. In Brazil at the moment, about 34,000 centenarians. Up to 320,000 and up to almost 2 million centenarians in Brazil. And again, these are just big numbers, a bit like the numbers that Professor Ferreira was showing us. And we sometimes think, oh, that's a lot of people, but so what? But it is a very dramatic change in the demography of this country. And it's happening elsewhere. More modestly in Bolivia, but it's happening. Cuba, Mexico, and Chile. It's happening everywhere. People are living longer, and more people are living longer, and we're living much longer than previous generations. I've only got, I think, 5 minutes left, so I want to go quickly through this. This is repeating, actually, what I started with about the number of people living to be 100 in the UK. Okay, 30% of a generation. This is just translating that into a different sort of statistic. So more than 10 million people, that's almost a fifth of the current population in the UK, can expect to live to be 100. And you can see that that is divided between different age groups. So it's just a repeat of what I started with. But also, we're seeing an increase in the maximum age at death, which people die. And you can see that over this sorry, I keep pointing at that. You can see over this period, so the late 60s, early 70s, and to the end of the 20th century, the maximum verified age at death in England and Wales increased from 111 slowly up to 115. If we repeat this sort of development, it would mean that the 111 to 115, which we just saw, would actually become 116 to 123 towards the end of the 21st century. What we have to think about then, of course, is that this is our baby boom cohort. And so we wouldn't just be having a few people dying aged 123. We would have large numbers of people reaching that great old age. So remember this figure. What we've just been looking at is not just pushing this up here, but we're extending this as well. And of course that is unprecedented. We've never experienced that. So we're moving into uncharted territory in terms of demography. So let's just finish with death. Okay? This is the number of female deaths. I've got some European countries, and I've got some Latin American countries, and this one is where we are at the moment. This is Brazil. Okay, at the moment in Brazil, as you can see here, this goes back to the middle of the century, and the number of deaths has hovered around 2 million a year. But look what happens from the end of the 20th century. Because of that aging of the population, and because of the fact that we're pushing every death later and later in life, it is going to explode. Okay? The same with males. Now, that in itself, it might be interesting, but that is a natural consequence of this demographic development. More and more and more older people living longer and longer and longer, but we do die eventually. And we're going to have this huge number of deaths compared with the moment. Now that does raise some questions. This, in terms of numbers dying, as I say, in Europe certainly, we haven't experienced these sorts of numbers for about 150 years, except when we've been at war. That was a specific sort of situation. So we live in a society today, because of this, where we're not experiencing not only our own death, but we're not experiencing other people's deaths until they themselves, the people who die, are very old. And so, in a way, we're unused to death. And that's what makes this very exciting and very challenging when we see this explosion in the number of deaths. Yeah? I wonder, going to miss this out because these are just things of the same. And just to finish off, I've got just a couple of slides. Is that okay? I got 1 minute. That's fine. 2 minutes. Of course, while it's a success story, we can ruin that success story. This is a very famous study from Framingham. It's a heart study. And this is actually showing just how we as individuals can mess up our own longevity because of the way we live and what we put inside our bodies and what we do to our bodies. So what we're seeing here is if we are obese at age 40, our life expectancy on average is significantly less than someone who is normal weight. Now there are, I know, and I'm sure you're aware, there are issues around this body mass index. It's not necessarily a completely accurate way of looking at overweightness or obesity, but that's what people use. Adults who were overweight and did not smoke lived about 3 years less than normal weight non-smokers. But if you are overweight and smoke, you live 13 to 14 years less than people who are overweight and smoke. Now, I know that that doesn't apply to anyone in this room. Even Brazilians are terribly slim and healthy living, we know that. But look at the person next to you and think, right, you're the smoker, you're the... No, don't do that. Don't do that. So these are the challenges. Okay, remember the quote from Olshansky, if we can get rid of cancer, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes, we would add 12 years. But we're already messing up our longevity. And demographers tend to talk about these national figures. So in the UK, we talk about people living, having life expectancies of about 78 years at birth. That is not true if you are male and if you live in Glasgow, which is in Scotland. And even crossing London, you can go through several, indeed many years of life expectancy, from the longest lived area to the shortest lived area. So what we do individually also impacts on. But, and this will be my final word, but we can still accommodate, this is the the success of what is happening at the population level, we can still accommodate all of these unhealthy people and still have population life expectancies heading towards 100. It just means that the rest of us will be living a lot longer than they are, and it then averages out. And if you remember our beautiful straight line, maximum life expectancies, if we continue that, and that you keep adding 15 minutes for every hour you live, certainly in the UK, it would mean that by the end of the century, we really would have a demography of people living more than 100 years on average. And that was it. Thank you.
Convidamos a professora doutora Sueli Marques, da Escola de Enfermagem de Ribeirão Preto, da Universidade de São Paulo, para proferir a palestra Políticas de Cuidados a Pessoas Idosas com Doenças Crônicas no Brasil.
Bom dia a todos. Eu quero agradecer o convite, né, por estar aqui, conversando aí um pouco com vocês e parabenizar, né, a iniciativa da organização desse evento, né, um evento tão importante, acontecendo aqui no Brasil, aqui em Ribeirão Preto. Então, eu quero parabenizar a comissão organizadora do evento e dizer que, uau, ver esse auditório cheio desse jeito é muito bom. Espero que vocês aproveitem bastante e sejam todos bem-vindos. Bom, me coube, né, o desafio de conversar um pouquinho com vocês sobre as políticas de cuidado às pessoas idosas com doenças crônicas no Brasil. É um desafio, né, para mim falar a respeito desse tema, mas vamos lá. Só para contextualizar, então, né, eu havia trazido a questão do envelhecimento populacional, mas que já foi muito bem descrito pelo professor Dr. Jair. Eu, infelizmente, não pude participar da palestra, mas fiquei sabendo que foi muito boa a palestra dele, e pude agora assistir a palestra do professor também, que já falou, né, acerca aí da mortalidade. Então, essas projeções, né, a questão do envelhecimento populacional, que é um fato, acho que isso já foi muito bem colocado para vocês. E só lembrar a questão, né, do conceito de idoso, porque no nosso país, o limite cronológico para a pessoa ser considerada idosa é de 60 anos ou mais, e nos países desenvolvidos, 65 anos ou mais. Chamando atenção para isso, porque as políticas públicas no nosso país também adotam esse critério cronológico de 60 anos ou mais. Então, a questão do envelhecimento populacional, a pirâmide, né, que vai aí mudando a sua conformação, porque as pessoas estão envelhecendo, então o ápice da pirâmide vai se alargando e chamando atenção aí para o aumento de mulheres nesse ápice, né? Então, as mulheres vivem mais. A expectativa de vida, então, ao nascer também, né, que já foi muito comentado. Atualmente, né, a gente espera aí viver 73 anos, e é sabido também, né, que por conta da diversidade do nosso país, a gente tem aí algumas diferenças regionais, mas que a média acaba sendo essa, e aí a gente tem para 2050 uma expectativa de por volta de 81 anos, que pode ser ou não, conforme comentou o professor na palestra anterior, mas a gente trabalha aí com esses números. A diferença, então, entre os sexos, né, que as mulheres vivem aí cerca de 7 anos a mais que os homens, e isso, né, pode conferir aí para essa mulher que ela vá viver mais, mas com possibilidades de dependência, né, de uma qualidade de vida não muito boa. E a questão do processo, né, de envelhecimento humano. O processo de envelhecimento humano, então, a gente sabe que acontece, no decorrer, né, do processo de envelhecimento humano, acontecem algumas mudanças, algumas alterações, né? Ocorre, então, um declínio na reserva funcional, então, ocorre aí alteração tanto na funcionalidade quanto nas estruturas dos órgãos, diminuição das respostas aos estressores, e esse declínio, ele varia, né, de pessoa para pessoa. Né? Ele não acontece de uma forma igual para todas as pessoas. E, geralmente, essa variação, ela é influenciada por fatores genéticos, pelo ambiente, né? A gente sabe que as questões agressões, né, do ambiente também vai interferir, e pelos estilos de vida dessa pessoa, os hábitos de vida dessa pessoa também vai interferir. Somado, né, a esse processo de envelhecimento que traz algumas alterações, né, mas que por si só não significa, né, perda da capacidade funcional, a gente tem aí a questão das doenças crônicas não transmissíveis. Envelhecimento, né, ou velhice, não é sinônimo de doença, mas a gente sabe que nessa fase da vida, a gente tem muito mais chance de ser acometido por uma doença crônica não transmissível, né? E a soma desses dois fatores pode causar aí alguns prejuízos, tá? Para a pessoa que está nessa fase da vida. As doenças crônicas não transmissíveis, então, elas são caracterizadas por etiologia múltiplas, né? E às vezes essa etiologia ela é conhecida ou não, né? Fazendo com que as causas elas não sejam claramente definidas. Outra característica, né, são os períodos longos de latência, um curso prolongado, né? A pessoa pode viver muitos anos com uma doença crônica não transmissível, com uma ou mais. Elas possuem múltiplos fatores de risco, tem um curso assintomático longo, às vezes a pessoa tem a doença, mas não tem as manifestações clínicas. Ela é de origem não infecciosa e é caracterizada também pela associação com as deficiências e as incapacidades, né? Que acaba sendo aí um grande desafio para nós, trabalhar com o surgimento dessas deficiências e dessas incapacidades. E para isso, né, um outro desafio nosso é identificar essas incapacidades para poder trabalhar com elas. Por outro lado, os fatores de risco das doenças crônicas não transmissíveis, eles são semelhantes. E isso possibilita e até facilita uma abordagem de prevenção em conjunto, né? Nós podemos trabalhar conjuntamente com esses fatores de risco, né? No sentido de tentar abolir, né? Ou fazer com que a pessoa adote comportamentos mais saudáveis de vida. E os fatores de risco, por sua vez, eles são os não modificáveis, né? Os que não tem como a gente modificar. O sexo, a gente sabe que algumas patologias, algumas doenças, elas são mais prevalentes em um do sexo, né? A idade também. A herança genética, né? Isso não tem como a gente modificar. E tem os fatores de riscos modificáveis, né? Que são também conhecidos como os fatores de risco comportamentais. E aí nós temos, então, o tabagismo, o uso do tabaco, a alimentação, a inatividade física, né? Que, por sua vez, esses dois acabam levando à obesidade e o abuso de álcool e de drogas. Então, um desafio para nós, né, se tratando das doenças crônicas não transmissíveis, é trabalhar aí a questão dos fatores de risco. Um outro termo que também vem sendo muito utilizado, e ele é um termo, né, que também representa aí os problemas de saúde que persistem ao longo da vida e que requer, né, necessitam cuidados permanentes, eles abarcam, além das doenças não transmissíveis, as doenças transmissíveis persistentes, né, no caso da infecção pelo HIV e a AIDS, a tuberculose, os distúrbios mentais de longo prazo, depressão, esquizofrenia e as deficiências físicas e estruturais contínuas, surdez, cegueira, as amputações. Então, ele é um termo mais abrangente. E a gente tem aí, né, uma previsão trazida pela Organização Mundial da Saúde que as condições crônicas, incluindo as lesões por acidentes de trânsitos que causam invalidez permanente e os distúrbios mentais, que eles serão responsáveis em 2020 por cerca de 78% da carga global de doença nos países em desenvolvimento. Tá? Trouxe aqui também a questão, né, da mortalidade, da morbidade. Isso daqui são dados, né, esses são dados para o Brasil, no ano de 2010, e aí a gente tem, então, né, as doenças do aparelho circulatório, as doenças do aparelho respiratório, como as que mais são causas de internação hospitalar. Já que para a cidade de Ribeirão Preto, permaneceu as doenças do aparelho circulatório e, em segundo lugar, as neoplasias. Eu trouxe a mortalidade, né, no estado de São Paulo, no ano de 2010. As principais causas, então, foram as doenças do aparelho circulatório, as neoplasias e as doenças do aparelho respiratório, né? Excetuando aqui o grupo de demais causas definidas, que aí ficou aí, então, um número maior de doenças nesse grupo. Bom, então é posto, né, que as doenças crônicas não transmissíveis, elas são um problema de saúde pública e que nós precisamos trabalhar algumas questões relacionadas a ela. Num artigo dessa autora, Schmidt, no Lancet, ela traz, no artigo dela, algumas mensagens principais. Então, ela traz que as doenças crônicas não transmissíveis, elas são as principais fontes da carga de doença no Brasil e que políticas importantes para a sua prevenção e controle têm sido implementadas e que a gente tem tido alguns resultados positivos, né, com a implementação dessas políticas, mas que ainda não é o suficiente, que tem muito mais que se fazer. As taxas de mortalidade pelas doenças e respiratórias, elas estão diminuindo, e que isso possivelmente deve estar acontecendo por conta aí do controle, né, do tabagismo e do maior acesso à atenção primária. Na atenção primária, trabalha-se muito a questão da prevenção. E a gente realmente tem visto no nosso país ações, né, a respeito aí do uso do fumo, né, do combate do uso do tabaco. E a gente tem visto que os estudos têm trazido que tem havido aí uma queda, né, no uso do tabaco. Tendências desfavoráveis na maioria dos principais fatores de risco mostram a necessidade de ações adicionais e oportunas de promoção da saúde e prevenção de doenças, especialmente na forma de legislação e regulamentação e daquelas que permitem cuidados crônicos de qualidade. Então, trabalhar, né, a promoção da saúde e a prevenção de doença, né? E muitas vezes a pessoa pensa, olha, mas vou trabalhar isso, né, com a pessoa que já está envelhecendo, né, que está praticamente no final da vida. Sim, é trabalhar com essas pessoas, sim. Né? Acho que é importante a gente trabalhar desde sempre, em todas as fases, né, em todas as fases da vida, em todas as faixas etárias, mas a importância de se trabalhar também na fase do envelhecimento. Fortalecer os vínculos entre o governo, as instituições acadêmicas, a sociedade civil, poderá facilitar a resposta da sociedade ao desafio das doenças crônicas não transmissíveis. Às vezes a gente percebe que essas instituições, elas trabalham isoladamente, né? O governo trabalha isoladamente, as instituições acadêmicas isoladamente e a sociedade isoladamente. E isso traz um enfraquecimento, né? Se trabalharmos juntos, nós poderemos nos fortalecer e nós teremos uma maior resolubilidade. Retomando, então, né, processo de envelhecimento humano, a questão do declínio das funções e da reserva fisiológica, né, que propicia aí o surgimento das doenças crônicas não transmissíveis e que acabam acarretando prejuízo para os idosos. Né? E esses prejuízos, eles estão relacionados com a capacidade funcional, que é a manutenção das habilidades físicas e mentais necessárias à vida independente e autônoma, a independência, que significa o estado em que a pessoa é capaz de existir ou funcionar de maneira satisfatória sem a ajuda de outro, e a autonomia, que é a capacidade de decisão e de comando. Né? E lembrar que a autonomia, muitas vezes, ela é mais importante do que a dependência, do que a independência. Porque muitas vezes o idoso, mesmo com algum grau de dependência, ele continua com a autonomia, com a sua capacidade de decisão preservada. E isso deve ser mantido, deve ser estimulado, deve ser resgatado. Se o idoso ele tem condições cognitivas, mesmo que ele tenha algum grau de dependência, a autonomia deve ser respeitada, deve ser mantida. Ele deve ser consultado, né, a respeito dos seus problemas, da sua situação, ele deve opinar a respeito disso. E nós, profissionais da área da saúde, precisamos considerar isso, porque na assistência ao idoso é importante que ele participe. As decisões dele é muito importante para a boa resolução dos seus problemas. Outra coisa que nós não podemos esquecer também, né, é que nós não trabalhamos somente com o idoso. Nós trabalhamos também com o cuidador. né? E esse cuidador também deve ser respeitado e ele também deve ser chamado a participar das decisões, a participar da assistência a esse idoso. Capacidade funcional, a independência, a autonomia são termos muito importantes na área da gerontologia, né? Então, esses termos, eles precisam ser conhecidos, eles precisam ser entendidos, eles precisam ser trabalhados. Com tudo isso, nós não podemos esquecer da perspectiva do envelhecimento com ausência de dependência, né? Porque nós temos aí, na sociedade, a grande maioria dos idosos, eles estão vivendo na sociedade independentemente. Então, nós não podemos perder de vista essa perspectiva. E a gente sabe, né, quando uma pessoa está envelhecendo mal, quando ela não consegue mais sozinha desempenhar algumas atividades que são básicas e muito necessárias no dia a dia, né? Atividades como o simples fato de sair da cama sozinho, sem precisar da ajuda de outro, as atividades de higiene, tomar o banho, pentear o cabelo, vestir-se, alimentar-se, andar, e algumas atividades um pouco mais complexas, que são pagar as suas contas, pegar o transporte, fazer compras, né? A questão da continência. E para a gente reconhecer aonde é que o idoso possui deficiência, né, para realizar essas atividades, nós precisamos realizar com ele uma avaliação efetiva, né? Desde a anamnese, aquela, né, conversa com o idoso, para saber da sua história pregressa, né, até a avaliação da capacidade funcional. E para avaliar a capacidade funcional, nós temos algumas escalas validadas no Brasil, né, elas são utilizadas e elas são capazes, né, de definir o grau de capacidade que o idoso tem para realizar essas atividades. Então, nós temos o índice de CATES, a escala de Lawton, né? Uma outra coisa importante também é a avaliação da cognição do idoso, né? De como anda a capacidade cognitiva do idoso. Nós temos aí uma escala que ela é muito utilizada, um mini exame do estado mental. A avaliação também dos sinais e sintomas de depressão. Também nós temos escalas, né, validadas aqui no Brasil que podem ser utilizadas. E para isso, o profissional da área da saúde, ele precisa estar preparado, né, para a aplicação dessas escalas e para realizar essa avaliação de uma forma global, né, para tentar abarcar o envelhecimento em todas as suas facetas, bio, psico, social. Falando então, né, na questão das políticas e programas nacionais de saúde e direito dos idosos, as políticas de saúde, elas devem contribuir para que as pessoas que estão envelhecendo o façam com o melhor estado de saúde possível, tendo como meta o envelhecimento ativo e saudável. E nós temos algumas políticas e programas nacionais de saúde e direito dos idosos. Então, nós temos a Política Nacional do Idoso, que tem o objetivo de assegurar os direitos sociais do idoso, criando condições para promover a sua autonomia, a sua integração, participação efetiva na sociedade. e ela dispõe sobre os princípios, diretrizes, organização, ações governamentais e disposições gerais que deverão orientar a política. Temos também o Estatuto do Idoso, né? E o diferencial aí do Estatuto do Idoso é que ele traz as questões, digamos assim, punitivas, né? Com relação a se tal direito não for cumprido, né? O que pode acarretar para as pessoas. Então, acho que esse é o diferencial. Nós temos a Política Nacional de Saúde da Pessoa Idosa também, que direciona tanto medidas coletivas quanto medidas individuais de saúde para a população idosa, em consonância com os princípios e diretrizes do SUS, do Sistema Único de Saúde, a fim de promover a recuperação, a autonomia e a independência dos idosos. Então, vejam vocês, né, que a questão da autonomia e da independência, ela é muito citada nas políticas públicas. Nós temos também as redes estaduais de assistência à saúde do idoso, que cria aí alguns mecanismos para organização e implementação de redes estaduais de assistência à saúde do idoso, e essas redes elas estão integradas por hospitais gerais e centros de referências em assistência à saúde do idoso. Temos também as normas de funcionamento de serviços de atenção ao idoso no Brasil, né, que tenta, então, regulamentar alguns serviços que nós temos aí à disposição dos idosos, família natural, a família colhedora, a residência temporária, centro-dias, entre outros. E nós temos também outras leis, né? Então, o Programa Nacional de Cuidadores de Idosos, que, né, é muito importante também na questão da saúde do idoso, a presença do cuidador e a qualificação, né, desse cuidador. E esse Programa Nacional de Cuidadores olha um pouco aí para a habilitação desse cuidador. Nós temos o acompanhante hospitalar de pacientes, né, que prevê, né, o acompanhante para o idoso nos hospitais, conveniados, né, com a rede pública. Temos o plano de ação para o enfrentamento da violência contra a pessoa idosa. Nós não podemos, né, esquecer aí da questão da violência. Estudos mostram que tem crescido muito, né, o número de casos de violência contra os idosos. Nós temos, como profissionais da área da saúde, nós temos obrigação de reconhecer esses maus tratos, né, a violência, tanto física quanto psicológica. Temos também o dever de notificar, né, mas muito mais do que notificar, nós temos o dever de procurar entender quais são as causas dessa violência e trabalhar nos fatores que estão levando, né, à ocorrência dessa violência. Então, nós temos que... É difícil, é muito difícil, né? Muitas vezes a gente não quer nem identificar a violência que é, né, por conta da dificuldade que nós temos que trabalhar com ela. Mas a própria dependência do idoso, às vezes, pode gerar essa dependência. O idoso dependente... Posso tomar água ali? O idoso dependente, ele demanda, né, muito cuidado. E isso gera estresse, né, gera sobrecarga para o cuidador, e às vezes a causa da violência é essa. Os benefícios de prestação continuada da assistência social, né, isso também é muito importante. Muitas pessoas não sabem, né, mas a pessoa que não contribui, né, com a Previdência Social por 30 anos, o idoso que não contribuiu. o idoso que não contribuiu, mas que tenha 75 anos, né, e mais de idade, e não tem condições, né, de se manter, existe essa possibilidade. É lógico que isso não é tão tranquilo assim, né, mas existe essa possibilidade e a gente precisa conhecer, tá? Bom, então, política, e não são só essas não, eu trouxe algumas aqui, né? Mas políticas, a gente tem muitas políticas, né? E são políticas muito bem elaboradas, né? Que foram construídas em cima de muito trabalho, de muito tempo, né? De muita reunião. Então, essas políticas, elas existem, elas são bem elaboradas. Penso eu que o que está faltando é colocar essas políticas em prática, fazer valer essas políticas, né? Nós precisamos conhecer essas políticas. Porque às vezes fala em política, a gente já... Fala em política, às vezes a gente já, né, torce o nariz para as políticas. Mas a gente precisa conhecer para divulgar, para saber orientar o idoso que chega no nosso serviço, para a gente saber orientá-lo, né, a respeito dos seus direitos, né, o que é que o governo oferece, como é que ele pode ter acesso aos programas governamentais. O Ministério da Saúde, né, ele propõe a promoção de políticas públicas por meio de estratégias de promoção, prevenção e proteção com enfoque nas necessidades dos idosos, possibilitando a eles, então, superar as suas deficiências, as suas limitações, e que é necessário o envolvimento das 3 esferas de governo, né? Governo federal, municipal, estadual. E ela traz alguns desafios, né, que precisam ser enfrentados. E eu estou vendo que o meu tempo ali já está acabando, mas porque existe uma escassez, então, de estruturas de cuidados intermediários ao idoso no SUS, né? Então, falta um suporte qualificado para os idosos e suas famílias. Muitas vezes o idoso ele sai de uma internação, né? De uma internação que trouxe muitos prejuízos para o idoso por conta do agravo da saúde, e ele vai direto para o domicílio. E quem acaba assumindo é a família, né? As políticas trazem que a responsabilidade do cuidado do idoso é do Estado, da família e da sociedade. Mas a gente vê que quem está arcando com o ônus maior é a família. Isso acaba ficando na responsabilidade da família. A família está assumindo em casa cuidados que não são de baixa complexidade, não. E precisa se investir nisso. Nós temos serviços assim? Temos, mas não estão dando conta da demanda. Né? Uma coisa que a gente tem falha também é a questão da referência e contra-referência. Muitas vezes os serviços eles não ficam nem sabendo, né, que esse idoso está no domicílio, que a família está cuidando. Né? Outra coisa é a demanda, que é muito grande, é muito maior. As pessoas procuram um serviço, né, mas precisam ficar em lista de espera. O número insuficiente de serviços de cuidado domiciliar ao idoso frágil. Né? Então, mais uma vez aqui a questão da família assumindo esse cuidado. A escassez de equipes multiprofissionais e interdisciplinares com conhecimento. Né? Então, os profissionais da área da saúde precisam conhecer o processo de envelhecimento, precisam conhecer as especificidades do idoso para poder planejar, fazer um planejamento de cuidado mais específico, de melhor qualidade e que tenha uma resolubilidade maior. E a implementação insuficiente ou mesmo a falta de implementação das redes de assistência à saúde do idoso. Então, as justificativas, né, vêm por conta do rápido envelhecimento, né, da população, e que a gente já veio conversando um pouco, né? O sistema de saúde brasileiro, que é tradicionalmente, né, organizado para atender a saúde materno e infantil, e agora que a gente está tendo aí algumas iniciativas de mudança, não tem considerado o envelhecimento como uma de suas prioridades, e os idosos apresentam um maior número de doenças e requerem, então, maior utilização desses serviços de saúde. Então, eles precisam estar melhor preparados, precisam estar melhor capacitados. E a população idosa aí que hoje apresenta um pouco mais, de aí uns 10% da população, 11%, consome mais de 26% dos recursos. E é notável também a carência de profissionais qualificados para o cuidado do idoso, em todos os níveis de assistência. E isso é uma coisa que me preocupa muito, porque na academia, na escola a gente vê o pouco interesse dos graduandos mesmo para essas questões do envelhecimento. A saúde para a população idosa, então, ela não se restringe só à prevenção dos agravos das doenças crônicas, Então, a gente não fazer o olhar somente para a doença, mas olhar para o indivíduo como um todo, para todas as suas necessidades. E a saúde da pessoa idosa é a interação entre a saúde física, a saúde mental, a independência financeira, a capacidade funcional e o suporte social. E ainda que as políticas públicas devem objetivar e assegurar atenção a toda a população, dar mais visibilidade para esse segmento populacional, com evidências aí para o alto grau de dependência funcional, a criação de ambientes físicos e sociais que possibilitem melhorar a saúde. A gente tem aí já alguns desses ambientes em funcionamento. Metas como ampliar a participação social dessas pessoas e é imprescindível, então, oferecer cuidados sistematizados e adequados. Então, o grande desafio é a questão do envelhecimento populacional, o aumento do número de idosos com 80 anos ou mais, e a gente vai ter aí pessoas que estarão em pleno vigor físico, mas nós teremos também pessoas que estarão em situações de maior vulnerabilidade e a gente precisa trabalhar com esses dois polos. A maior proporção, então, do contingente feminino na população e a moradia, Essas pessoas elas podem estar vivendo em suas casas, em seus lares, mas elas podem também estar vivendo aí nas instituições de longa permanente, que é mais uma opção aí que nós temos, de cuidado desse idoso. A intenção, então, a pessoa idosa ela deve ser integral e integrada ao mesmo tempo, e a finalidade dessa política, ela é a manutenção e recuperação, basicamente, a recuperação da autonomia e da independência. A ênfase é nos idosos frágeis e com maior risco de vulnerabilidade. E trabalhar com o paradigma da capacidade funcional e também com a prevenção dos fatores de risco para as doenças crônicas não transmissíveis. O objetivo é atuar tendo, então, como paradigma a capacidade funcional, e aí entra, então, aquelas questões de fazer a avaliação dos idosos para a gente poder quantificar o grau de dependência do idoso, para a gente poder planejar ações para poder resolver o problema, e trabalhar tanto com os idosos independentes quanto os idosos que estão em situação de vulnerabilidade. Trabalhar, então, com a questão, como eu já disse, da prevenção, promoção, tratamento e reabilitação do cuidado com a população, já envelhecida e com a população que está envelhecendo. Então, se a gente quiser, fazer parte aí do rol dos que estão lá vivendo um envelhecimento saudável, nós precisamos, começar a cuidar de nós mesmos o quanto antes. tá? As diretrizes, então, é a promoção do envelhecimento ativo, a atenção integral e integrada, o estímulo às ações intersetoriais, visando a integralidade, a implementação de serviços de atenção domiciliar, o acolhimento preferencial e o provimento de recursos capazes de assegurar a qualidade da atenção. Ainda a formação, né, e educação permanente dos profissionais, voltados aí, então, para a questão do envelhecimento, fortalecimento da participação social desses idosos, a divulgar, né, as informações sobre a política nacional da saúde da pessoa idosa para os profissionais de saúde e para os gestores e usuários do SUS, e promoção de cooperação nacional e internacional das experiências na atenção a essas pessoas. E o apoio ao desenvolvimento de estudos e pesquisas, né? Não só apoiar o desenvolvimento de estudos e pesquisas, mas incentivar também que os profissionais eles utilizem melhor os resultados das pesquisas, né? Que eles façam a sua prática baseada nas evidências dos estudos que nós temos. É muito importante alertar os profissionais para isso. E os modelos, né, gostaria aqui de frisar a questão da promoção da saúde, a prevenção de doenças e o envelhecimento. Esses modelos de prevenção eles devem ser específicos de acordo com as características próprias dos idosos. Então, disseminar o conhecimento sobre o envelhecimento, reconhecer e prevenir as situações de risco para a qualidade de vida. E o conceito-chave, então, da promoção, o conceito-chave é a promoção da saúde, considerando o envelhecimento, ou seja, a manutenção ou recuperação da autonomia e da independência, e adiar, já que nós vamos viver, né, quem sabe, até os 100 anos, né, que venha aí os 100 anos, mas que a gente, né, possa vivê-los com qualidade, né, gozando aí de autonomia, de independência, e que a gente possa adiar cada vez mais para frente o surgimento das doenças. Então, a atenção à pessoa idosa, ela pode, né, acontecer na atenção básica, onde a gente trabalha bastante a questão da prevenção, nas unidades ambulatoriais, especialidades de reabilitação e as unidades hospitalares. O que a gente precisa é fazer um olhar diferenciado, né, para o atendimento ao idoso, e levar em consideração quando a gente for pensar nos modelos de atenção para essa população. Mas terminando. A demanda, então, é a organização desses serviços, olhando para essas questões, a criação de uma rede de atenção, a organização da porta de entrada, o acolhimento, né? Pensar, inclusive, no acesso, né? Dependendo do grau de dependência desse idoso, o acesso, né, o transporte, eles têm dificuldade com isso. Então, é uma coisa que não pode ser esquecida. A humanização do atendimento, olhar também para as especificidades do idoso, né, para a gente poder atendê-lo de uma forma mais humanizada. Utilização de referência e contra-referência, como eu já disse, isso às vezes, na maioria das vezes, é negligenciado e dificulta, né, a continuação desse atendimento ao idoso nas outras esferas. A equipe multiprofissional e interdisciplinar. Né? Então, equipe multiprofissional, mas trabalhando na perspectiva da interdisciplinaridade. Isso também eu vejo que na gerontologia a gente preza muito, né? E que a gente tem tentado trabalhar isso melhor, né? Mas os conhecimentos, né, eles devem... Isso é somar, não é dividir, é somar, tá? É trabalhar os diferentes profissionais de diferentes áreas, mas com o seu conhecimento específico para um objetivo comum, que é a assistência ao idoso. As doenças, desse mesmo artigo que eu já citei, né, ela traz algumas recomendações, estou terminando mesmo. As doenças, elas estão rapidamente se tornando as doenças crônicas, prioridade em saúde pública no Brasil e as políticas para sua prevenção e controle têm sido implementadas. É o que eu disse. As políticas, elas existem, né? São bem elaboradas, têm sido implementadas, mas a gente precisa fortalecer, né? E precisa utilizar mais essas políticas. O SUS tem feito grandes avanços, né? Com a implantação de intervenções altamente custo-efetivo, como, por exemplo, no controle do tabaco e a ampla distribuição de medicamentos àqueles que têm alto risco de desenvolver as doenças cardiovasculares. Eu acho que um grande passo também é a distribuição gratuita aí dos medicamentos, a gente não tem muito tempo de falar isso agora, mas que a gente ainda tem muito problemas aí com a distribuição, né? Muitas vezes falta aí o medicamento. A prioridade e o apoio político para prevenir as doenças crônicas não transmissíveis precisam ser reforçados, né? Principalmente no âmbito do controle, né? Pelas medidas sociais, ao invés de individuais. Então, medidas individuais, elas precisam ser trabalhadas sim, mas nós precisamos também pensar em trabalhar essas medidas no âmbito coletivo. E metas nacionais precisam ser desenvolvidas para reduzir as doenças crônicas e seus fatores de risco, com ênfase especial na obesidade, né? A gente tem visto aí também, né, resultados de pesquisa trazendo aí o aumento da obesidade. Inclusive e infelizmente no nosso país. Então nós precisamos trabalhar também em relação a isso e para o incremento de políticas e ações para interagir. Bom, finalizando então, né, eu acho que a questão maior aí das doenças crônicas não transmissíveis é a gente trabalhar a questão da prevenção e da promoção da saúde. E uma vez as doenças instaladas, né, é a gente trabalhar aí no sentido de que a pessoa possa viver com essa doença, mas tendo uma boa adesão ao tratamento. Não só ao tratamento medicamentoso, né, mas ao tratamento como um todo, né, na adoção de melhores hábitos de vida também e trabalhar, né, para que essa pessoa tenha menos perdas possíveis das suas capacidades. E eu trago aqui a questão, né, do respeito pelas pessoas idosas, que eu acho isso muito importante. O respeito é a base de qualquer que seja a ética de cuidar. Atenção ao bem-estar, respeito pelos seus desejos, respeito pelos valores intrínsecos de suas vidas e respeito pelos seus interesses. Respeitar as pessoas é aceitar seus legítimos interesses no modo e na duração da vida. Tá? Então, o respeito é fundamental e é a base de tudo. Muito obrigada, desculpa aí ter passado um pouco do tempo.
Agradecemos a palestra da professora doutora Sueli Marques. Convidamos o professor doutor Norbert Meiners, da Universidade de Facta, para proferir a palestra Implicações do envelhecimento populacional para o crescimento econômico.
Hello. A warm welcome to my presentation. I know exactly that we are 25 minutes late, and I know that I'm in a bad position because I'm the last obstacle between you and the well-deserved lunch break. So I decided to make it shorter and to cut something. So hopefully I cannot promise that we will ready punctually, but I will try to make it very fast. So that looks bigger than it is, and I will cut it. So the content of my presentation, we heard a lot about the global process of aging. There's a possibility to cut. So then I want to say 2 or 3 words about the economic of aging. That is my research area. and the relevance and the value of the elderly consumers. This is more a European view. Then I want to say 2 or 3 sentences about the typology of the mature market and marketing to the elderly consumers. Why is it different? The example of my studies I can cut, because if you're interested in, you can ask me during the lunch break. And then a short summary at the end. Yes, we have heard a lot about the demographic transition. This phenomenon occurred in Europe and North America first in the 1800s. So, and you know the transitions from large families and low life expectancies and a stable population change into higher life expectancy and lower fertility rates. So, and this was followed by Asia, South America, and then Africa, although there are anomalies like Japan. I have a figure 200 years ago. That was the situation in the world, and you see on the left-hand side the life expectancies in years, and then children per woman, total fertility. And 200 years later, we have this demographic transition. Yes, we have a triple aging. That means increase in the share of the elderly in the total population, increase in the absolute number of older people, and increase in the share and number of very old people. That means 80 plus. Here you can see the median age of selected countries in the last year, and on the right hand side, the second last, you can see Brazil with 29.6 years, and on the left hand side you can see Japan with 45.4 years. So I'm from Germany, and here I want to show you a figure about the 70 plus population of Germany, and you see the development from 1950 to 2050. So, and you see the number of 70 plus and the percentage of the overall population, and you see a huge development during this 100 years. We have heard this morning a lot about the centenarians. So, and here I have another chart about people over 100 years old. So, and you can see which country will have more than 1 million centenarians each by 2100. That means you see Brazil is on the last place in this figure, and China, you see, is on the first place. In 2069, they will have 1 million centenarians, and Brazil in 21. So, yes, that's demographic transition or demographic change is also a question of economics, and that is a special field that calls economics of aging. So demographic change is a revolution also for economy, because the aging societies will change the world of marketing and consumers across the globe. Clark already emphasized at the end of the 1970s, the process of population aging is of economic significance because of its impact upon individual behavior, affecting economic and other characteristics of a population and its economy. The term economics of aging is defined fairly individually in books and journals because each author defines this term according to his or her own personal, often subject-based approach. Epagera, he said economics of aging studies the implications of individual and population aging on economic matters. And Schneider, she's from Austria, calls the economics of aging a research area containing business science analysis of the material living conditions of older people, of the repercussions of the individual and societal aging on the economic development, and of the intergenerational justice. If you make a search about the term economic of aging at Google, you will find 1.3 million results. And if you try the term economics of the elderly, you will find 1.6 million results. That is a very huge number. And if you look at the US Library of Congress, it's the second biggest library of the world, you will find 81 books to the string economics of aging, and the oldest book is from 1967. We have a lot of research institutions in the USA, university research and non-university research like Berkeley, Chicago, or Rand and Amber. And we also have selected research institutions in the EU, also university research and non-university research like the Oxford Institute of Aging, Population Aging, or the Free University of Berlin, or the Max Planck Society in Berlin. So, four economic activities are central to the generational economy. This is working, consuming, sharing, and saving. And the focus of this presentation is the focus on the consuming activity. So, what is the relevance or the value of the elderly consumer? The Forbes, that is a popular magazine, they said 100 million consumers feel completely ignored, belittled, and overlooked. Yet this block of consumers will spend about 20 trillion US dollars over the next 20 years on consumer goods. This is the baby boomer generation. But that is interesting. In the recent decades, marketing and advertising companies and campaigns have been focused at young consumers because the elderly or the senior citizen segment were stereotyped as a unique segment of low net worth individuals dependent on their children's income. Today, the senior citizens or the silver hair segment of the population represent a huge untapped market that has the financial means to remain independent in their later lives. Surveys reveal that these seniors have higher education, independent sources of income, and even have access to the internet and read print media. Based on a study of the senior citizens' lifestyle published in the Journal of Consumer Marketing, that's the referral journal, researchers defined the elderly market as people of 55 years of age and older who are consumers of products and services for seniors. Other surveys showed that the 55 to 65 market saves twice as much as the 25 to 44, have doubled this discretionary spendings of the younger market, and if motivated to spend and buy, purchase more investment properties, buy new cars, travel more often, and literally buy more of a product than come with a better quality. This makes seniors one of the most important target and consumer groups of the coming decades and turns them into a significant driving force for company success in many countries and many industries. This silver hair segment generation will be the most important target and consumer group of the coming decades. because it is independent financially and in terms of time. It is regarded as the richest generation in the world. Many studies demonstrate this. According to the German Federal Statistic Office, for instance, private consumer spending of households in Germany was second highest for 55 to 65 years old, with 2,350 euros in 2010. Here you can see it. The segment 55 to 65 is the second biggest group. Just one group is bigger, that is the group 45 to 55. According to this study, the age group of 50 to 60 years old in Germany have the largest income per month of 3,500 euros. In Japan, those aged between 60 and 69 have average assets of an equal of 100,000 euros per household, thus constituting the top group of all age groups, closely following by those aged 70 or above. Many of Japan's seniors are financially so well off that they are referred to as the old aristocracy. And Americans aged 15 and older control 70% of all disposable income. 70%. Yet this consumer group earns more than $2 trillion in annual income and owns more than 77% of all financial assets in the US. So you can see that this group is very interesting for the economy and for the economists, and we try to typology the mature market. We know that today's silver-haired generation is active, self-confident, demanding, adventurous, experience-driven, and forward-looking. It's keen to consume and pleasure-loving. This group tries to avoid risks, dislike using credit cards for purchases, and wants to enjoy life instead of saving. Marketing to the elderly consumers has recognized the heterogeneity of this target group and therefore tries to make the segmentation into different typologies of age more palpable and accessible. During my research, I found 14 different models of age differentiation. For example, the TNS-MNIT group has identified 3 types of 50+. The passive old, the culturally active, and the experience-driven. The gray group, they also differentiated between 3 types, but they use master consumers, maintainers, and simplifiers. The Research Institute GfK differentiates between 8 types: the dreamers, the cozies, the demanding, and so on. Each of these and other typologies is surely justified and has a particular relevance, even if many of the new approaches do not necessarily provide new insights. However, companies should choose typologies according to their ability to promote pragmatic contributions to the target achievement in question. So, marketing to the elderly, why is it different? It is different because elderly consumers tend to have more available time to make their purchase decisions. They are life savvy and, for the most part, research well. They will ask questions before making a purchase, sometimes many questions. And in addition, the senior citizen shoppers can be described as follows. They are independent financially, and in terms of time, they are well informed and distrustful. They expect comfort and competence and want simple offers. In addition, they look for authenticity. They are practically critical, self-confident, and respond to product promises very carefully. And elderly consumers are very brand orientated. The older generation is very experienced in the field of consumption, which is why IHK also calls them the true buying professionals, who also want to be treated accordingly. Martin in 2004 emphasizes older consumers wanted to be acknowledged and taken seriously as competent consumers. Behavior toward them must not be characterized by prejudices and cliches. But most elderly consumers have a split personality. One part of them doesn't want to be treated or considered as old, but other part wants companies to ensure that their products and services are equally usable by older people. And if we take a look at the effects of psychological aging, you see three different parts. We have the cognitive, the physical, and the sensory effects of aging, and that is a fact. So the question is how we will deal with these facts, because older people have effects by hair or body or skin or something like that, and by volume, smell, taste, and touch. That is a fact. The question is how to deal with it. Yes, example of my studies. If you're really interested, you can ask me during the lunch break, and the summary, the overall summary about my presentation is: initially, many countries regarded demographic development as a catastrophe, whereas really? Yes, you're interested. Okay. Thank you. You're not hungry. That is good. Okay. I make it very short. Just two examples of my studies. We have different sectors of the senior citizen economy. You can see it. We have tourism, health, living, and trade, and other ones, social services and craft. So, and one of my studies was trade, and the name of the study is Beyond the Advertisers Target Groups. It was published 2012, and the research question of this study was: how do older people over the age of 50 rate advertising in print media, and what do they demand from its design, from the advertising design? The method was we used a narrative systematic study between July and November, and we searched for scientific publications in 4 English and German language databases. So, and after that, we did another follow-up study, another study. The name is Age-Appropriated Design of Printed Advertisements among Germany's largest discount supermarket, Aldi. That is the biggest discount supermarket in Germany and one of the biggest of the whole world. And the research question of this study was how people over the age of 50 rate the regularly appearing advertisements twice per week over whole Germany, generated by Germany's largest discount supermarket, and what demands they place on the layout regarding content, format, and limited time special offers. So for this research, we use a qualitative survey with a semi-structured questionnaire. We did interviews with 20 seniors, 6 between the age 50 and 16, 8 of the age 60 and 70, and 7 over 70s. So, and we need the software Max QDA, and yes, and we use the ex-ante category scheme, general buying behavior first, second, interest in newspaper advertising, third, design of the advertisements, fourth, the content, and last but not least, wishes and expectations. It was very interesting. Yes, I can send you the link if you're interested. So, and then you can read these papers. So, the summary. Initially, many countries regarded demographic development as a catastrophe, whereas companies are now starting to view it as an opportunity. In marketing, we are only now facing a senior boom. However, the age wave, as Ditchwald in 2010 puts it, the learning about age has only just begun in the economy. In this sense, age is still young. Its market and marketing potential have not been fully developed and are largely unexploited. Marketing needs not, however, be reinvented entirely. Instead, it is essential to apply existing marketing knowledge to the older target groups, to identify generational specific particulars, and to utilize cross-generational opportunities. It is also important to investigate the usual marketing routes regarding their relevance to age, and above all, regarding the mode of action. Thank you very much for your attention.
Obrigado. Nós teremos intervalo de almoço agora. Quem precisar conversar com o professor Norbert ou os outros palestrantes, eles estão disponíveis aí. Vai ter agora a apresentação dos trabalhos, 15 a 20 minutos, e os outros poderão seguir para o almoço. Obrigado. Nós retornamos às 14h.
Prezados senhores, boa tarde. Dando continuidade ao 4º Colóquio Internacional de Gerontologia, convidamos a professora doutora Nilüfer Korkmaz, da Universidade da Antália.
Hola. I see a big crowd here now. My name is Nilüfer Yaylagül, and I'm in gerontology department in Akdeniz University. Akdeniz University is located in south of Anatolia, and as you know, Turkey is a country between Europe and Asia. My department was established in 2006 as the first gerontology department in Turkey. Gerontology is a new field in Turkey. Recently, gerontology departments at some universities were established. Today, I want to talk about long-term care in Turkey, and I will talk on the research which was carried out by myself and my students. My presentation is today based on background, which includes aging and long-term policies in Turkey, and The research includes methodology, findings, and discussion. In fact, the proportion of young population is still quite high compared to Western countries. However, the population in Turkey seems to be aging dramatically. According to Turkstat data, the rate of population is 7.7%, and this rate will reach to over 10% at the year 2020. Life expectancy is 24.7 for men and 29.2 for women. The proportion of young population is 67.6%. Old people are the most vulnerable part of the society. The most important problems in old age are healthcare, care, and poverty. The poverty rate of the elderly is 15% in Turkey, while the average rate in OECD countries is 13.5%. The rate of old people living alone is 38%, while the average rate in OECD countries is 25%. Half of the population living alone is old, and 15% of them are at risk of poverty in Turkey. Coming to social policies for the elderly, there are three main social policies for the elderly people in Turkey, like most countries in the world. There are social security system, social allowances, and long-term services. Unregistered employment rate is quite high, 37.5%. As you see on this pie chart, only 40% of old people receive pension. 38% of old people do not have any pension, and 22% of them receive old age allowance. There are three kinds of allowances for elderly people. These social supports are for old people who have not any income or insufficient income. Old age allowance is quite common among older population in Turkey. Currently, 0.6 million older people receive this allowance. People who are older than 65 years old and who have insufficient income can receive this allowance. Unfortunately, this allowance is very low to survive, and it is about $150 quarterly. Another type of support is the allowance for disabled elderly. To be eligible to receive this support, the older person must prove his poverty and must be at least 70% disabled. Currently, 210,000 people receive this support, which is approximately $300 quarterly. The most important support is home care allowance in terms of long-term care. The older person must prove his poverty and must be at least 50% disabled. Currently, only 100,000 older people receive this allowance. This number is very low among the full population of old people. Different than other supports, home care allowance is paid to caregivers, not to the elderly. Long-term care in Turkey are based on institutional care and home care, and it is constitutionally protected. Institutional care services are qualitatively and quantitatively insufficient to meet older people's needs. Institutional care. Here are the numbers of several institutional services in Turkey. The most common institutional care services are nursing homes and nursing home care services. In recent years, daily care centers and residential care homes have been founded to support home care services, but it is still too far from meeting the needs. As you see, totally the number of all services are less than 400, and the capacity of all of them is less than 30,000. Home care services. For the people who are in need of long-term care at home, home care services have been funded by hospitals and local governments. Those services provide healthcare and care support. Here, healthcare providers, doctors, nurses, and elderly care workers they visit the patient at home and provide medical care regularly. This service is more common in urban areas than in rural. Home care allowance is the support I have told you about before. This service was implemented in 2006, and the research I'm going to talk to you will be about the effect of this allowance. This process is very complicated. Too many steps must be taken to be qualified to receive home care allowance. The government is not primarily responsible to choose the recipients. People need to apply individually for the allowance. The income of the person who applies for the allowance must be lower than 2/3 of legal minimum wage. That income is critically low, and the person needs to prove his or her disability. Also, the caregiver must live with the older person whom he or she cares for. Consequently, the process has to be approved by the commission that is responsible for the full process. We conducted a research about the influences of this allowance on the people who receive the allowance. Now, I'm going to talk about my research. Our aim was to show the influences of home care allowance on the actors in the system and their relations. Our hypothesis was that the allowance builds up new strategies in the family, and secondly, the allowance influences the family caregivers' relations with family members and others. Coming to our methodology, we have interviewed 20 family caregivers and other family members. We have also done informal interviews with informal caregivers and professionals from home care services. And we did also observations. Participants were recruited by snowball technique and through home care services. The field was carried out in Antalya in 2012. We have used Pierre Bourdieu's theoretical perspective as a theoretical framework in our research. Strategy means that individuals struggle with each other to gain a desired mix of capital. Economic capital covers all kinds of money, goods, and services. Cultural capital refers to non-financial social assets that promote social mobility beyond economic means. Social capital is the expected collective or economic benefits derived from the preferential treatment and cooperation between individuals and groups. Symbolic capital is distinguished in relation to other types of capital, which may not necessarily reflect a monetary or exchange value. These forms of capital include cultural and social capital, and they represent a type of power or status that an individual can attain in the society via formal education or through social ties. Problem. We were interested in these questions. Under economic capital, we have asked how the family caregivers uses the home care allowance and other economic capitals in case it's excess. Is home care allowance sufficient for caring? Under social capital, we have asked, how does the care process influence family caregiver, family members, and dependent elderly, and relations with their social environment? How did their life change after caring? Under symbolic capital, we have asked, what are the individual perceptions of caregiving? Findings. Generally, women are the caregivers in Turkey. Family caregivers are usually daughters or daughters-in-laws. The majority of the caregivers have ability to work or they left work. There is no trust in institutions. The allowance that is paid to family caregiver is given to them whose income is very low. Even though allowance supports the caregivers financially, but the poverty cannot be removed. Home care allowance is only sufficient for the care-related expenses. And results. While economic and social capital are increasing, the social capital on the contrary decreases. Even though the home care allowance increases the economic capital, it doesn't reduce the rate of the poverty. On the other hand, it prevents the carer from official work, which might be better paid and might have social security. This allowance doesn't give the carer any kind of pension, and there isn't any income security the allowance stops. Once the elderly dies, and the carer might have not any other chance to work after caring. The allowance decreases the social capital because the family caregivers have no leisure time anymore in daily life, so they are far away from social life. And caregiving causes isolation and a decrease in social capital. The symbolic capital increases. Other family members and relatives appreciate the family caregivers. Now, I want to read some quotes to you. Experts from social services come home and check the household items. You need to declare to the social service office when you buy a new homeware. They make investigation about the money they pay. But taking that money does not solve your economic problems. It is very low when you consider the difficulties we meet. I could not hire someone else as a caregiver with this money. The person I would hire has not only to take care of a person with Alzheimer's, but also housework. This is not possible. It was about the finance. In Turkey, the supports that help the caregiver to cope with the diseases, such as Alzheimer's or dementia, is rather poor. The carer complained that the allowance does not afford social security. Appraisal. But people who are familiar with us always praise us. For example, there is an old man from my hometown. He always expresses how patient and tolerant I and my husband are. They always say that it is not easy to care for two old and sick people. We are proud of hearing such expressions. The family caregivers want to be praised by other people, and this has a very high moral value for them. Trust. We don't want to send them to the care center. In the care center, old people can be mistreated. Sometimes we watch on TV that old people are being beaten by the caregivers. When I hear such news, I'm shuddered. How can caregiver mistreat the elderly? I cannot accept it. Then I decided not to take my father and mother to the care house when they get old. I cannot trust the people who are working in care center. Now I do not want my father and mother to be cared by other people. In Turkish society, people do not trust the institutions that give care service to the old people. People believe that caring of older people in the family is the best option. Filial piety. I am trying to do my best when I care my parents. I mean, I care my father. I will do my best because they are my ancestors. They grew me up when I was a child. They took care of me and they must care of them when they are older. As long as I'm healthy, I care of them. Even if I was ill, I would not take them to the care house. If I am ill, my elder sister will care of them. In Turkish culture, filial piety is very important. On the other hand, this care process has a reciprocity because parents grow up children and children care parents. Their children would take care of them when they get older, and so that they would have paid their debt to older people. This is my last quote, future expectation. I can take care of my parents, but I do not hope that my children will take care of me. I wonder what would happen to me when I get older. I don't know. People who are currently care of their parents do not believe that in the future their kids would care of them. And I will finish my presentation with discussion. Home care allowance is an application oriented to caregiving at home. It is not widespread, but it is important as it is the first attempt on this field in Turkey. Home care allowance is a social support rather than social policy. So in terms of its prevalence and sustainability, it is far away from ensuring the caring of older people. As a result, the high rate of poverty and informal economy and the low rate of pension in Turkey put older people at risk. The increase of the rate of older population necessitates care insurance, and everyone has the right to be cared. Thank you.
Alguém tem alguma pergunta?
Por favor, perguntar para ela como que essas famílias são selecionadas para essa pensão. Se é uma seleção de um serviço, como que isso é feito? Porque já que ela disse que é um serviço abrangente e é focado em alguns, como é que é essa seleção?
Yes. They apply for they apply for the allowance individually. It's not common and widespread in Turkey, but people have information informally, and they apply in for this allowance individually. So the state is not responsible for this allowance for application process. If I understood your question.
Obrigada pela apresentação, bem-vinda. Aqui no Brasil, a gente começou a discutir a possibilidade das cuidadoras, que também são mulheres aqui, de elas entrarem no sistema previdenciário. Então, elas poderem se aposentar como cuidadoras. Em geral, as mulheres que cuidam, quando seus pais falecem, elas já estão muito velhas e não conseguem voltar para o mercado de trabalho. Existe essa discussão no seu país?
Actually, we have a lot because family caregivers have not any social security. They can get this allowance, but it's a kind of social support. So we discuss a lot to improve care insurance or this kind of social security for family caregiving people.
Thank you, Nilüfer.
Thank you.
Agradecemos a palestra proferida pela professora Nilüfer. E agora convidamos o professor Martin Pavlov, da University, para proferir a palestra Aspectos do Turismo e Envelhecimento.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to present to you a little study entitled Skiing in Old Age, which is completely different to what you heard before. Just at the beginning, the structure of my presentation, I will start with a short introduction. I will show you the state of the research concerning this topic. I will present my method. I will present some main results. I will give a short discussion and at the end an outlook. You already heard a lot of demographic figures, things concerning the demographic development. Today, the presentation this morning. And I also want to start with a graphic concerning the demographic development, but also referring to tourism. And it shows the importance of tourism from beginning in 1950 and with a prediction to 2030. And shown here are the international arrivals worldwide. So tourism is seen worldwide here in millions. And you see a huge increase starting now or 3 years ago in 2010 up to 2030. Sorry. So the importance of tourism is shown perfectly here, and it's a worldwide phenomenon. And I took a part of it, which is skiing in old age, for my research project. Just some general information at the beginning. Senior tourism is a market that is becoming increasingly interesting for the tourism industry, and it's a very new phenomenon. Senior tourism is researched only in the last 10 or 20 years, so it's a very new phenomenon. There's a growing number of senior travels, and the number of journeys lies above average. So seniors are traveling really a lot, but the touristic infrastructure is not in all cases is not best for it. So seniors also prefer foreign travel destinations. So 10 or 20 years ago, it was a cliche that tourists always go to the same places near to their hometowns for little vacation. But nowadays, seniors also prefer foreign travel destinations. Seniors or senior tourists prefer staying at hotels and guest houses, so that's where they spend a lot of money. And compared with other groups, seniors have the money and are willing to spend their money on traveling. Then some economic aspects of senior tourism, also referring to what Professor Minos presented this morning. People aged between 50 and 70s are booking around or over 50% of all sold package holidays, although they only represent about 29% of the population. So this is a very big market for the touristic industry to sell package holidays for senior tourists. As I'm from Germany, a number of Germany here, the number of holidays trips booked by people over the age of 60 will increase by around 3.2 million within the next 2 years. 3 million is a huge number, considering that Germany has a population of about 80 million people in whole. In Austria, that's where I work, there is a higher than average per capita expenditure is recorded in tourists aged between 50 to 59. So this is the age group of tourists which spend the most money in tourism in Austria. Maybe some of you know Austria, where it is, a small country in Central Europe, and there are a lot of touristic regions, touristic areas, where a lot of people from whole Europe or even abroad come to spend their holidays. Then my topic was skiing in old age, so I have to come to winter sport, and this also has some great importance for the tourism industry and for the whole Alpine area, where Austria is in the middle. Winter tourism represents an important economic and social value. And during winter season, where skiing is possible, a steady growth of the number of nights is recorded. And in Austria, this number of nights has doubled to around 63 million per year over the past 3 decades. So doubled over the last 3 decades. It's a really huge number. The economic value added by winter tourism is about 11 billion euros, which is 4.1% of the gross domestic product of Austria. Every 14th job is directly or indirectly dependent on this winter tourism in Austria. The negative effect, or as Dr. Leeson would say, the successful effect, is that there is a decline in the birth rate in Europe that leads to an ongoing decrease of younger skiers. So there will be, or even is a change in the average age of the tourists that come to Austria to spend their winter holidays. And in Tyrol, which is the part of Austria we are, winter sport plays an important role because it accounts for approximately 59% of the annual overnight stays. Differences between the tourists in summer and winters can be highlighted, and here are some facts about the winter tourist in Tyrol. He's on average 43 years old and is a lot younger than the typical summer tourist. He has a good education, he has a high income, and he's looking for sport and activity. Then some health aspects in winter sport. Health is one of the most important cultural assets in Western Europe or even whole Europe. And especially the Alpine region is trying to establish itself as a health and wellness destination the tourists. Alpine winter sport is associated with a high risk of injury, especially in old age. Actually, the number of accidents is nearly as high as in cycling. So this is also maybe a little cliche. There was a decrease of more than 40% over the last 3 years. So skiing is not, or winter sport at all, is not a dangerous sport anymore. Research results showed that alpine skiing can prevent osteoporosis. It is also seen as a factor for improvement of the blood sugar metabolism, the coordination, the quality of sleep, or of the cardiovascular system. So winter sport and especially skiing, is considered a healthy sport. And a positive impact on the psyche of the older skier is expected. Studies show that aerobic exercise in old age is a remedy for age-related depression. This is not proved yet, but it is highly expected. So I just want to quote 2 studies that refer to my research project. One was the effects of demographic change on tourism and implications for tourism policy, where the main results were that there will be more foreign and less domestic travel. There will be more air and car travel and less bus and train travel. There will be less seasonality. So due to the demographic development, people are more free in spending their time whenever they want. And there will be an increase in the significance of culture, nature, and health, and at the same time a decline of beach and recreational holidays. So older tourists are more interested in culture, nature, and health topics. Another study, which was taken by the University of Salzburg in Austria, called the Salzburg Skiing for the Elderly study, with its main results, there are positive impacts on the cardiovascular systems when older people go skiing. Skiing emerges a positive attitude. Nature experience is a motivating factor for activities, and the physical strain of skiing is rated as moderate. So overall, just positive effects of skiing in older age. These are 2 examples of studies that relate to my research project. Further studies focus mainly on medical aspects like health prevention, injuries, and injury risks. That is not what I was interested in. So what did I do, or what did I want to do? The aim of my study was to examine the popularity of skiing in the older generations. Based on existing motives, hints should be offered how this popularity can be maintained, and in addition, further measures should be proposed how the tourist infrastructure can adapt to senior skiing. I had 2 research questions, which were as follows. Which motives do elderly people have to practice skiing, and which conditions are formulated by elderly people that help keeping the ski sport attractive to them? So, what was my methodological approach? The research field were active or formerly active skiers, 60 years of age and over, and on the other hand, experts on the development of skiing, especially in senior skiing. I chose a qualitative research method according to the grounded theory, and I stopped the data, stopped my interviews when I reached the theoretical saturation. I used 2 different methods. On the one hand, structured everyday conversations. So that means I went to different places and asked people over the age of 60 if they go skiing, what do they like about skiing, things like that. And I took some expert interviews, and the data evaluation followed the qualitative content analysis according to Mr. Myring. So, coming to the results, here's some key facts about it. I had 19 structured everyday conversations with 11 female and 8 male persons. They were aged between 63 and 75 years. The interviews took place at 5 different locations, and they took between 13 and 20 minutes. And the documentation was a report from memory, which means I wrote down key information, the key statements, the most important aspects after the conversations. And I took 3 expert interviews with a duration between 60 and 75 minutes. These took place in cafes or the offices of the experts, and the documentation was an audio recording and following transcription. These are the main categories of the results. First one, the target group specificity or specificities. Second one, the motives, the infrastructure, the skiing technique, the skiing equipment, then promotion and media, and health-related aspects. Now I want to show you some example categories. First, one of the structured everyday conversations. Category motives. So what did people say when I asked them why do they go skiing in old age? The most important one was health reasons. So they see skiing as a healthy sport. Even their practitioners told them to go skiing to get an active aging. Then the nature experience, which is very important for the persons. The outdoor exercise, including the fresh air, of course, and also social aspects. Older people go together for skiing. They go with their children for skiing, and so they have social contacts when they do this sport, when they practice the sport. So some statements you see at the bottom. Skiing is good for the health. The interviewee feels vivacious afterwards, or skiing is a good change in the daily routine. The blue sky and the fresh air in winter times is unique. Then an exemplary category of the expert interview, also the motifs to compare what the older skiers said. The expert says that skiing has a lot to do with emotions and it's very meaning oriented. They also said that skiing is a healthy sport and it improves the quality of life. Then exercise has a positive impact on the aging. And they also said fresh air and nature experience and also the social aspects. So the results from the older skiers and from the experts are nearly the same. Also some statements here. A superb experience because of the sliding, the centrifugal forces, the landscape, the social aspects, everything is part of this. Or another expert said, topics like pleasure, health, leisure activities, social elements, socializing. Then another exemplary category of the expert interviews, the target group specificity. One main point is the seasonality. So the older skiers are not dependent on holiday times. They can go whenever they want, when the weather is fine, when there are not many people on the slopes. Then a generation orientation, which means the skiing infrastructure or the skiing providers should take care of the older generations. And individuality, the wishes of the older people are that they can do how they want it. They want different slopes for every level of skiing, and they want to be treated individually. But there's also an increased fear of injury. This is still a problem. As I told you before, the injuries are not a problem anymore compared to other sports in old age, but there is still a fear of injury. And the offers should be age group oriented, like offers from skiing schools who have to, or it is wished to have special offers for the older skiers. Also, here some statements from the interviewees. Retirees, they don't need Christmas or other holidays. When a bunch of people are here, they can choose off-season periods when no one is coming or only few. And another one said, with 60 it starts, the regeneration is a lot longer than when you are young. So this is what they said to the target group specificity. And the last one, exemplary category, which is infrastructure. The most important point is comfort. All people need comfort when they go skiing. This starts when they go to the terminus of the ski lift. The way from the car to the terminus may not be too long, and it is also an important point when you look at the gastronomy. Older people do not wait or do not want to wait in queues to get their meals. Then the preparation of the slopes is an important point. Older people prefer a naturally shaped slope and not these very clean and fast slopes, because this leads to the fear of injuries. There is a price sensitivity because skiing is not a cheap sport. The prices increased a lot over the last years, and old people are very sensitive for that, so they wish that prices do not increase anymore. And infrastructure, again, orientation is a point. Older people do not want to get lost in these skiing areas. There are many slopes, many ski lifts, and they need orientation signs that help them to not get lost. So again, some statements: more service features, flexi conditions, attractive pricing like you pay when you go home. And another one, important for older skiers is comfort. A waiting room in front of the ski lift is a must. The gastronomy should improve new concepts. The queue in front of the cafeteria is discouraging. Then I want to come to the discussion. The importance of skiing of elderly people is unquestioned. The results show the need for rethinking of touristic offers due to the demographic development and resulting changed demands. The increase in the number of older skiers is already in existence. It has risen in the past 15 years from 9.9 to 14.2%, and it will still rise. The evolution in the ski industry, however, is pointing towards youth sport, and advertising and media coverage is prior ranking the aspect of competitive sport. And due to the fact that the structure of tourism is changing, new advertising strategies need to be developed, which do not exclude the older generation of travelers. This is referring to Professor Meiners as well. A theoretic point would be the activity theory, a gerontological theory, and a link can be made under consideration of this theory. It states that an individual's life satisfaction is directly related to his degree of social interaction or level of activity. And this can be transferred to the results of the study, because of the structured everyday conversations. It was said that the activity during skiing has a beneficial effect on both body and soul. So this is what the older skiers told, and this is proof, in my opinion, for this activity theory. And again, an economic perspective. This is offered for consideration of skiing in old age, since this sport, as found in many statements of the interviews, is not one of the cheapest. In Austria alone, winter tourism generates a share of the gross domestic product of about 4.1%. It is to focus the target group of older skiers, since this group takes a significant intra-group development and is lucrative for the tourism industry. Some points to highlight that. Seniors are more active and in shape than ever before. Seniors enjoy traveling and do it often. Seniors are wealthier and more willing to spend their money than younger audiences. Seniors have more selectable time. Seniors are looking for challenges and are capable of top performances. And seniors are convivial and family focused. Traveling in groups or with grandchildren are not curiosities. So, last but not least, the outlook and areas requiring further research. Of course, this was a little research project that I conducted, so many questions remain open. These are some of them. What should be content of concepts for skiing lessons for seniors, maybe? Which sport didactic approaches should be applied for that? Is a development from the ski instructor to a personal trainer required? Which steps does the winter sport industry have to take in the next years? What do tourism associations and the hotel industry have to do? Which specific suggestions for the recovery of older sportsmen are to observe? And how can marketing approaches for the winter sport sector be published? This was it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Alguém tem alguma pergunta?
Eu estou fazendo uma pergunta para ele se essas pessoas que ele está falando são praticantes já há muito tempo de esqui ou se são novas pessoas indo praticar esqui na idade avançada.
They have been skiing their whole lifetime. They learned skiing when they were young, which is common in the alpine area. Maybe they stopped skiing when they started a family or they built a house or something else that required the money. But then they started again at the age of 50 or 60, and the oldest one was 75, and she's still skiing. But there were not people who started skiing at the old age, so they knew it from young age on, from young years on. So no new skiers.
Okay, thank you. Obrigada pela apresentação, parabéns pelo estudo. A minha pergunta é se existe preconceito intergeracional no universo do esqui, ou seja, ainda um esporte para jovens, que vem sendo gradativamente também dominado por pessoas mais velhas. Você tem dados se existe preconceito? Por exemplo, os mais jovens veem os mais velhos como intrusos, por exemplo?
Thank you for your question. It is not a sport where only older people are. It's dominated by families, usually. It's a family sport. Parents go with their children for skiing, and there's no competition between the generations on the slopes. Of course, the older skiers are getting more and more due to the demographic development, which may cause some conflicts because the older ones want to ski slowlier and with more space they need. But there is no problem between the generations. But I have no specific data for that, of course. There is no data.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your study. My question is, do you know if is there a, I don't know, maybe a company or someone who can teach? Because she asked and you said that most of them already skied when they were young, and maybe they stopped and then returned. So do you know if there's someone or a group that can teach the older ones that maybe didn't ski or maybe they forgot how to do it, to help them, or maybe someone who can talk more about this and maybe do some programs to invite older people to ski, to make this bigger. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a lot of skiing schools all over the Alpine area, and some of them are specialized on older skiers, which means there are older skiers that start skiing in old age, but also some old people who went skiing all over their lifetime are interested in some skiing lessons because there's a special skiing technique which is less exhausting than the usually learned technique, and this is what the older people want to learn, and there are special schools for that which offer lessons for these people. And one other positive effect of this is the social aspect, because a lot of older people then get together, go skiing together, get new contacts, which is a point of giving sense in older age.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Dando continuidade ao evento, chamamos a professora doutora Susan Iagisi, da Akdeniz University, para proferir a palestra Dependências e Cuidados de Longo Prazo na Turquia.
Boa tarde, meu nome é Susan, eu vim da Turquia, não falo português, falo inglês. I have to tell that I'm very happy to be here with you, and thank you, Professor Carla and her team, for inviting me here to this event, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to see your lovely country. Today, and at her presentation, Professor Marquez has talked about chronic diseases and the prevention and health promotion strategies. My presentation will give you an example of my country about the same issue. I'm going to talk on major research in Turkey about the main chronic illness. And I want to give you a brief information about the research, about the results of the research, and about the activities, whatever official efforts of health prevention. Turkey is really very, very far from here. It's more than 10,000 kilometers. You are welcome to come, but it takes you 30 hours flight, so it's really very far from here. My country is not that as big as Brazil. It's divided in 7 regions, as you see here with different colors. The more you go to the east and the more you go to the center, the more traditional is the life. And the coast on the west and on the south is very modern. The population is 76 million, and the population 65 plus is already 7.7%. And life expectancy at birth is 79.7 for women and 74.2 for men. It's a bit higher than Brazil, as I got right. The total fertility rate is 199, a little bit less than it's supposed to be. Our current government mentions that in all kind of occasions, and they try to increase this number. They ask people to just have more children each time, 3, 4, 5 each time, and they think that is the only way to handle population aging in Turkey. Here are some photos about different people from Turkey, and as you see, there is really no typology of a typical Turkish man. This is the population pyramid change between 2000 and 2011 in Turkey. I don't want to talk much about this, but here even in 10 years we can see the difference towards population aging also in Turkey as many other countries. Here are some future projections, population projections from Turkstat. This table is based on a scenario. And this is the scenario which was taken into consideration for the population projections. And according to this scenario, it is assumed that the total fertility rate decreases in its natural flow until 2050, and it will reach 165. And then after it will increase until 2075, and it will reach the value 185. So I have taken this scenario. I found this more logical compared to the other ones. Here I want to mention some numbers, the numbers I have written in red. According to this, the population percentage of the people between the age of 0 and 14 is 24.5%, while the 65 plus population is only 7.7%. It's more than threefold for 2013. And as we go to 2050, we see that the population 65 plus will be more than 20%. And at 2075, the rate of 0 to 14 years old to 65 population will reverse and will be almost twice for the 65 population. Care for the elderly is still considered as a duty of the family in Turkey, but the family structure has changed, and there are less children born, and urbanization has changed the lifestyles, and more women are at the workforce now, and this all lead to a higher need for institutional care. So my colleague has given you more this topic in detail, so I will not go in detail. But I just want to show you the numbers of institutions in Turkey. And as you see, the capacity, the total capacity is not even 25,000 for more than 5 million elderly over the age of 65. And this clearly shows the problematic situation in Turkey. Here I have some causes of mortality in the world in Turkey. They were mentioned in the previous presentation as well. The leading cause is cardiovascular diseases. For the world, it's really high. And then cancer and respiratory disease and endocrine diseases. And diabetes is among the endocrine diseases, so it's much higher in Turkey compared to the world. I'm going to talk today about diabetes and obesity related to that, about cardiovascular diseases, chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, and cancer, as these are the main care demanding problems. I'm going to talk about some national and international studies about these diseases, and start with diabetes and also obesity, which is a worldwide growing problem and risk factor for diabetes and cardiovascular diseases. Here are the facts, WHO facts about diabetes. Currently, 347 million people have diabetes, and that will be the 7th leading cause of mortality in 2030. And 80% of diabetes occur in low or middle income countries. Here we have a map, and this map shows the world population diagnosed with diabetes according to the International Diabetes Federation. There is a steep increase in diabetes worldwide since the last 20 years, as we see here in this map. And Africa and Middle East experienced the biggest increase rate with 90 and 83% respectively. Now I'm going to start with our studies. We have a study called TURDEP and TURDEP 1 and TURDEP 2. This is the biggest study about diabetes in Turkey. The first wave has been done in 1997, and the second wave has been done in 2010. The aim of the study was to evaluate the prevalence of diabetes, obesity, high blood pressure in Turkey, and to review awareness and effective treatment rate of these illnesses, and to compare the results of the wave 1 and wave 2, and to contribute preventative programs to be created. Here are some results of this study. In 12 years' time, the prevalence of diabetes has been increased from 7.2% to 13.7%, almost twice. The prevalence of obesity has also increased from 22.3% to 31.2%. It's about 40% increase. And central obesity is a well-known risk factor for cardiovascular diseases, and this has also been increased from 34 till 46%, so 36% increase. The only decrease has been found in hypertension, and it was about 11%. And this table compares two waves by gender and age. The increase in obesity rate can be seen at all ages here. So at all ages, there is an increase in 10 years' time. And in total, if you see the total, the increase in obesity is about 34% for women and 107% for men. Very high increase. And to mention some other results of this study, the previous difference between rural and urban areas has disappeared. So the rural areas were previously known as having less diabetes and obesity, but this is not the case anymore. And the good news about this study was that the smoking rate has been decreased from 30% to 17%. The Turkish Diabetes Association has predicted the prevalence of diabetes for 2030 as 9.7%, not even 10% for 2030. But this study found at 2010, so in 20 years before, the rate is 13.7%. And that was much higher than it was previously predicted. So this has really frightened the officials and obliged them to take action. Now I'm going to show you a video about prevention. This is about the body mass index measure, and this video has published, is still playing on the TV. I'm sorry, these videos are in Turkish, but there's not really much. You cannot hear any sounds. Just saying that you have to have your weight and your length and just calculate that. This was a television advertisement to raise awareness for obesity. We have made a sound. The second disease I am going to talk is cardiovascular diseases, and here again we have the WHO facts. Cardiovascular diseases are #1 cause of death globally, and this will not change for the near future. Over 80% of deaths take place in low and middle income countries, such diabetes. And over 17 million people died from cardiovascular disease in 2008. And this number will increase to 23 million in 2030. 16% of all deaths can be attributed to high blood pressure, 50% of deaths due to stroke, and 45% of all deaths due to coronary heart disease. We have a study called Eureka study. This has been carried out in 17 different European countries to evaluate the risk factors and cardiovascular disease and the management. The mostly encountered risk factor for Turkey was high blood pressure, and the rate was 65%, 66.5%, and the European average was 71.9%. And the effective treatment rate of controlled blood pressure was only 40%. So as we think that, blood pressure is the easiest disease to control, even that disease can be controlled only 40%, which is very, very low. And high cholesterol level was 34%, and it was much lower than the European average, which was 57.7%. And Turkey has been found having the lowest rate among all countries participated in the research, which might be attributed to the healthy Mediterranean diet. I don't know whether you are familiar with hemoglobin A1C. This gives us an approximate blood sugar level for the past 4 months. So the control level of hemoglobin A1C was only 29.5% in Turkey, and the European average was 40.4%, which is really both very low. Another study called TECARF study found that the high triglyceride level to be increased in a 10-year time from 1990 to 2000 at the rate of 4 mg for men and 12.8 mg for women in 10 years. I have another slide, but it's a pity that we don't have it. Anyway, this video is promoting exercises. It's just music behind and shows parts from all different places of Turkey. Just people are running from one place to another. These are cities from the east, from the west, different people from different background. People are not used to be active actually in Turkey, so fitness is not very regular activity. So that's why the government, Ministry of Health, tries to make people just running and walking around, just to make it more positive. Now I'm going to talk about chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, and again the WHO facts. COPD is an increasing cause of worldwide mortality and morbidity. 2.75 million people died from COPD in 2000, and this will be the 4th leading cause of mortality at 2030. And currently it's the 3rd cause of mortality in Turkey. And smoking is responsible from the mortality in more than 50% of all cases. The study, BOLD study, is also an international study. The Turkish part, the aim of this study was to determine the prevalence, the treatment rate, and the smoking rate of Turkish people. The Turkish part of this study has been carried out in 2003 and 2004 in a city south of Turkey. And it diagnosed 19.6% of the population with COPD. And among them, only 8.4% was previously diagnosed, and only 12.3% was treated. So many didn't know that they had this illness. And almost half of the COPD patients were still smoking while they were diagnosed with smoking. This is my last video. And nowadays we have really many videos on the TV about smoking, women smoking, pregnant people smoking, and this helped, so the smoking rate has been reduced. Smoking hurts you in each occasion. My last disease will be cancer. And cancer is another disease responsible from 13% of all deaths in 2008. And 30% of all cancers are due to behavioral and dietary risks, so which can be actually prevented. And tobacco use causes 22% of global cancer deaths. And deaths from cancer is projected to continue rising with an estimated 13 million at 2030. Both gender, the rate is increased. These are Turkish statistics. They don't fit with world statistics in all occasions. For female, the leading cancers are breast, thyroid, and colorectal cancer. And for male, lung, prostate, and urinary tract cancers. The Turkish Association for Cancer Research and Control found the official cancer statistics to be much lower than estimated. So they're really not accurate. The incidence was found only as 36.7 in 100,000. So therefore, they are doing new projects to get a more accurate number. These diseases I have mentioned so far result with a very high health expenses and dependency. As all other chronic diseases, prevalence increases with advanced age. This can be seen as a problem for the elderly population as well. And all the non-communicable, all the chronic diseases can be prevented or at least delayed with some kind of interventions. I would like to mention you here some health prevention activities, health promotion activities organized by our government, local municipalities, association, and like advertisements you have seen. As I said, the advertisement we have seen, there is a hotline, it's free, it's called Allo 171, and they just advise people ways to quit smoking. And we have very newly introduced laws for smoking restrictions. So it's forbidden to smoke in all covered places to smoke, also in bars in Turkey. The government wants to add fiber to bread, because we are also eating white bread, as I have seen. I think you also eating white bread, and they try to make it with more fiber to reduce the rate of colorectal cancers. The municipalities try to arrange safe cycling routes. It's far away from Europe, Northern Europe. I don't think it's a lot now, but still, I mean, we couldn't see any cyclers 10 years ago on the streets, but right now, I mean, every day there are more people cycling. They have in Antalya, where we live, we have now routes special for cyclists. They are quite safe, so they are trying to improve these. And we have also outdoor exercise equipment. So I can say maybe in every 500 meters on the street, there are some equipments from iron where you can do fitness. They are not maybe very healthy, but they are free. And you can see, especially housewives, in the morning just going to the street and talking together each other and just exercising on the street, just by the street in some parks. This is also very common in our city. And we have also created some cancer centers for early diagnosis. But the one I mentioned now is free, but it's only for women. They do free breast examination, and they do mammography, the X-ray of the breast, and they do the smear test for cervical cancer screening and skin screening, and they teach also women how to examine themselves to prevent breast cancer. So these initiatives have already shown their positive effects, but much more needs to be done. Yes. And this was it. Thank you for everything. Thank you for translations.
iniciemos a palestra. Chamamos agora a professora doutora Marta Ortega Gaspar, da Universidade de Málaga, para proferir a palestra Negociação do Cuidado na Família.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers committee of this event, especially Professor Dr. Carla Santana da Silva, who kindly has invited me to present this study. It's a pleasure to talk about negotiating the care in the family. In this presentation, I'd like to focus on the results of a study about care that my colleague, Professor Mercedes Fernández, and me carry out in Málaga. Málaga, dependencia y solidaridad en las redes familiares. Málaga, the dependency and solidarity relations in the family networks. In fact, this is a story of love, a story about relations between the members of the family. I'll try to show through the data that it is about time to act and improve the support to family carers. Anyway, I would like to discuss about the different aspects of care. I'm going to speak about 30 minutes to allow time for questions and comments. I would like to offer a reflection, the complexity of care, describe the situation of the people that need support and of those that care in Málaga, Andalusia, Spain. Spain is also experiencing a process of aging. In Spain, according to the 2004 Spanish Institute Research for Aging, the population of 65 years old and over represents 70% of the total, and it could be double in 2050. In 2050, it is expected that Spain would be one of the oldest nations in the world, after Japan, with a 36% of 65 years old and over population, and before other countries as Italy, Slovenia, and Greece. The most interesting point could be the aging of those that are now 65 years old and over. The group of 80 years old and more would be the one that would experience the highest growth. As Professor Josh Lesson highlighted before, this is the real situation. How could we manage this? In general, this is a constant debate about social politics and how they should cover the different aspects of the care needs. In the context of the global crisis, we are suffering the consequences of the changes in the social well-being system. As Spin Anderson observed, the real conflict consists of the interaction between the market, the state, and the family. In fact, the key is the family institution. The family economy represents the social base of some of the post-industrial societies. The family has different social functions. One of the most important social functions of the family is to satisfy the care needs of its dependent members. All over the world, the family, and especially the woman, has been the main responsible of care. Modern society has experienced new social demands because of the socio-demographic changes, as we have been talking about, and the changes in the labor market, among others. The new social context leads us to new types of conflicts. Among these new conflicts, we can highlight the conflict that it is perceived due to the difficulties to reconcile work and family life. The difficulties to conciliate work and family generate important implications. One are clearly obvious: the negative influence in the professional promotion of the carers, less time for women to care for the others, but also some that are some still undercover. Could be some type of sickness, mental and physical ones. Rogero proves that distribution of the care is unequal between the members of the household. Becker and the theory of rationality emphasize the importance of the specialization of the member of the family. Nancy Folbret, in a critical review of the neoclassical economic theory, defends the idea that the decision of care of the member of the household is correlated with the remuneration they receive at work and the utility they perceive in the private context. Sarasa and Mestre defend the idea that the decision of spending time in care is not only related to the specialization of its member, but as well to the capacity of being able to take other alternatives, like market or states or other networks. In Spain, the division of roles inside and outside household is correlated with sex. Women are most likely to be joined to an unpaid work, and men to a paid one. The way in which they distribute the time dedicated to care has different consequences, as Duran and Rogero has exposed. Among the studies that have contributed to the knowledge and explanation of the consequences in the health, we can cite those of Paz, Montoro Rodriguez, Bazo, Peinado Portero. The consequences observed by this author are negative and emotional. The health consequences could also be physical. There are two main objectives in this presentation: to show how the care is distributed among the members of the household, and to offer a reflection of the consequences related to the care, the informal care. I will focus on the study titled Malaga, Dependency and Solidarity in the Family Networks. Really is in Spanish, but you can link is free and you can read it if you can read Spanish in the website of the Statistical Institute of Andalusia. As I said, I will focus on the study Malaga, Dependency and Solidarity in the Family Networks. Malaga is a province of 1,641,000 inhabitants in the south of Spain. If you are not so familiar, it's also far away from here, not so much as my colleague from Turkey, but it took about 27 hours to come here. And as you see, is in the south of Europe and in the south of Spain. Spain is also divided into 17 regions or comunidades autónomas, and our region is called Andalusia in the south. And Malaga is just there, the red point, the south, very near Morocco, very near Africa. And so it also gives us a mixture of culture and too many peculiarities. This study is based on a survey, as I told you, the family networks in Andalusia. And it's important to know that although we already know the importance of the role of the family and the relations between its members in the process of getting old, this is an aspect of the social reality that is not well known and analyzed, neither in Spain, in Europe, and I suppose I'm not really very, I don't know very well, but I suppose also in Latin America countries. There is a statistical database that offers information about the structure of the family and the family relation of all its members. And this was really the target of this study, to know about the structure, to know about the relation, to know about who cares, and to know about how they manage. The concept of family network is really important to analyze social phenomena of growing relevance. So we wanted to know the structure, as I told you, the composition of the family networks of all the interviewees, and we wanted to have information about the relation between the different members, the material interrelations, and also the symbolic ones. exchanges, and to offer an overview of the public support and their opinion about this aspect. Sorry. The population is composed of people living in Andalusia, 18 years old and over. There were more than 1,500 interviewees. The sample was bigger because it covered all the Andalusia region, about 10,000 interviewees. And the process of interviews took part during 2005 from January to June. I will talk about some results about the people that need care in Malaga by sex, the individuals that need help by age group and the activities for which they need help, and distribution of the cares and their possessions. In Malaga, the 11% of the population is dependent. They are about 130,000 people that need help, that need support, that need care. Of those, 3% is younger than 65 years old, and the 7.7% is 65 years old and over. The concept of dependent is constructed from the auto-perception of the interviewed in this study. There are more women, about 13%, than men that declare that need help. As you can observe, the age is an important factor that determines the need of care. 3% of those younger than 65 years old declare that need some kind of help, and this is the case of those that are disabled or suffering some type of illness. We have to take into account that although men and women have different rates of expectancy of life, those that really need care are women of 80 years old or over. Now this is the fact. At the moment that we attend to what Professor Lessons told us before, the older we get, the higher the demand of care we will have. In Malaga, the 71% of people that are 80 years old or over need care, and the 83% of the women of 88 or over years old. This represents about the double of the care needs at the age between 65 to 79 years old. And we seem not to be ready for this social phenomenon that we are now, just now, living. If we make three groups with the needs required, we can observe that those needs that show the lowest percentage of care are related to the most personal ones. Everyday toiletries, dress up, eat, especially at the age between 65 to 79 years old. Use the public transport and make arrangements like activities that are related to the public area are the ones that require more attention or help, especially when the individuals are 80 years old and over. More than a half of the elderly that are 80 or more years old need help to take a public transport, and about 50% need support to make arrangements, like going to the bank, make transactions, the banks, and so on. Here we can observe the biggest difference between the age group. And here again we can prove the complex consequence that we are heard before about the story of getting older. We are living longer, and then our needs are changing, and we are still not prepared to satisfy all them in the proper way. In general, women demand more help than men. If we control by sex, it can be observed that there are interesting differences between the kind of need that men and women require. 7 of 10 women need help to take a public transport, and 6 of 10 to make arrangements as going out for a walk and to go for the bank. In the other hand, 7 of 10 men need help to prepare their meals, and 6 of 10 to do the household chores. The most required needs of the woman are related to the public area, and the most required ones for men are related to the private ones, the private area. This also means a very interesting point about our culture and the unequal behaviors by sex. It is also a consequence of the educational level. The process of education is improving in our country, so it is supposed that in the future the difference between sex would be lower in this point. The 86% of the population in Malaga that are 18 years old or more that need care receive it from the informal support. The care provided by their friends and neighbors is irrelevant. And this makes sense because when a person is about that age, it could happen two things. Or the friends are already dead, they have gone, or they are in the same situation. And so they would require care as well. So they can't care anybody anymore. The older a person gets, the more help they receive from their relatives. 75% of the population of 65 and more years old receive their care from their family. And in the cases of those that are 80 or more years old, 8 of 10 receive the care from the family. So it is really clear the important role that the family plays in the distribution of the informal support to the dependents in our country. And as our colleague from Brazil has pointed out this morning, Professor Dr. Sueli Marquez, we have to let the government know about this fact. Again, these data are connected with the projections of our demographers, the demographers showed before. The older we get, the higher the presence of the member of the family gets in relation with the provision of care. When we go deeper in the analysis, we can observe with more details that mainly the care comes from the daughter in the 37% of the cases. This is also observed in the case of Andalusia, and we have checked it in the International Social Survey Program 2001, and it's more or less the same for some of the European countries. Sex also influences the origin of the care received. Men that are 65 years old or over receive the care from their spouse, their wives. Women of 65 years old or over receive the care from their daughters. But it is also a behavior that is changing. We have good news in this respect. Now the couple live longer together before dying, and the importance of the men in the care they give to their wife is growing. In Malaga, in a similar proportion than in Andalusia, 1 of 3 persons have a relative that need care. Around 350,000 people have a relative that need care. In more details, and in relation with the age, during the period of time when the person is between their 45 to their 54 years old, is when there are the highest number of people with a relative that need care, that need support. This percentage decrease as the age increases. So from 45 to 54 years old is a period of life when the individuals would need support either from the state or from the market. This is something that the authority would take into account to maintain a high level of employment, to prevent the absenteeism to the labor, their work. The mothers are the ones that receive the highest percentage of care. In part, this is explained because women have a higher expectancy of life than men. The fathers receive 60% of the care. In the case of the health between the spouse, women are the main carers along the life cycle. In the case of men, the role of carer of their spouse goes up at the age of 65 years old. People give the care to their own relatives, I mean, to the more proximity ones, in a higher level than to their family-in-law. It is more common to care a brother or a sister than a sister-in-law or a brother-in-law. The same occurs with the mother and with the mother-in-law. More than a third part of the carers spend more than 30 hours a week caring. The older a person gets, the more time he requires. And the older the carer is, the more time they spend caring. Again, women spend more time caring than men. The emotional reasons are the main motivation to give the care. More women than men give this kind of reasons. In this case, the interviewees were given a list of 8 reasons to explain why they offer the care. They were asked if they offer the care because they have no money to pay a professional service, or it is their responsibility. The dependent doesn't like to be cared by the strange. They have no news about other possibilities. They have not access to public sources. The dependent prefer to be cared by a family member, or because of emotional or affective reason. Well, then the emotional reason were the main motivation to give care, and this was the main reason for women. And after this reason, almost a 30% think it was their responsibility. When the care were asked about how the care affects their life, almost half of the interviews mentioned that the principal consequences is related to the time. Although also there are almost 30% affirm that it doesn't disturb too much, and 20% say that it affects to their social life and their leisure. As well as more 20% indicate that it has health consequences and also consequences in their economy. Those who notice the lower effects are the men and those that are younger, about 29 years old. And those who suffer the highest proportion of the consequences, as we can all think, are the women between 55 years old and over. Now we will see the opinion about who should care the dependent, a real important issue in the present and for the future time. Almost 7 of 10 of the interviewed think that the family and the state should work together to offer a good care. Almost 20% think that this should be the role of the state. And it's interesting to know that only 1 of 10 think that it should be only the family, the responsibility of care. In the case of the disabled, when we talk about the disabled or sick people, the opinions are similar to the cases of elderly, but it is a little bit higher the percentage that think that it should be responsibility of the state. For example, they think that the state should provide different types of care, for example, assistance to the houses of the disabled. As a conclusion, It has been proved that in Málaga, the family networks play the role of covering all the spaces that the state and the market don't cover. The relation of care and solidarity between grandparents and grandchildren and between children and parents are increasing. The growth of the elderly population and the fragile situation of the well-being state related to the decrease of the public spending in social protection influence on the behavior of the member of the families. The social changes increase the complexity of the provision of the care. Málaga is experiencing a similar socio-demographic tendency as Spain. In Andalusia, the common behavior is to live near the relative. This behavior explains the intensive relation between the members of the family networks. But in Málaga, it's a peculiarity behavior. This behavior is not so common. It could be explained because of the mobility of the population. Málaga is a province with a high level of development that attracts a considerable amount of immigrant population, and this could be one of the reasons. In Málaga, 1 of 3 interviewees affirmed that to have a relative that need care, the same proportion than in Andalusia. When the interviewees were asked about who care, 80% answered the family, and in these cases, 6 of 10 carers are women, the daughter or the wife. The role of women is crucial. 1 of 4, normally they are 40 years old, spend a media of 40 hours a week caring, doing the household, helping with personal toiletries of the dependents, preparing meals, and so on. The principal reasons why they care is emotional and moral reason. The oldest generation of women feel a profound sense of responsibility towards their elderly. This behavior has clear consequences in their life: a reduction of the time for their own, a reduction in their money, also in their social life and health. But they are not really conscious of all of this. The social changes experiences have reduced some of the social functions of the family, but we have observed that it has the first place in the economic, emotional, and informal social support for the individuals. We can affirm that nowadays our country is the best network of social protection, but we have to encourage the authorities to take into account the fast process of aging we are suffering and the increase of the lack of time of the women that now are employed in the labor market. So, meanwhile, I was preparing this presentation, I was wondering about what is the role that the family networks played in the Brazilian society, and if it possible, I would like to have some feedback about your situation. Gracias por su atención. Obrigado. Thank you.
Alguma pergunta?
Boa tarde, queria cumprimentá-la pela apresentação. Eu trabalho com cuidadores e pude perceber muita semelhança nesse perfil dos cuidadores, né? De lá e os de cá também. E assim, o que a gente vê, né, é muito essa falta de suporte, né, por parte dos governantes, muitas vezes até por parte dos profissionais da área da saúde mesmo, no que diz respeito à orientação com relação ao cuidado para esses idosos. Uma coisa que preocupa aqui também é que com o processo de envelhecimento, né, o que a gente está percebendo? Que nós temos muitos idosos cuidando dos idosos. Então, já são pessoas que estão aí, né, experienciando seu processo de envelhecimento, já com algumas incapacidades também, e estão provendo, né, o cuidado para essas pessoas. E eu vejo que muito pouco tem sido feito com relação a isso. A gente tem chamado um pouco de atenção, né, para essa situação, mas a gente vê que muito pouco ainda tem sido feito com relação a isso. Gostaria de saber se acontece a mesma coisa por lá.
Thank you. I don't know really if I have understand all the question. I have understood that you told me that you have found some similarities between our countries, and that you are working with carers, and so you know from your own experience that this is the reality. And I think that I also understand that you think that there is a lack of professionality, of a lack of formation, of qualification to the family. And I think that that is the question, because it's true, I think that almost something could change, I don't know, with this crisis, global crisis situation, but I think that perhaps we could do something else, improving the knowledge of the family members of how to manage the situation in the university or in workshop specific of gerontology, or like we were doing yesterday, dancing, senior dance, or physiotherapy, occupational therapy, just some flash of information, and also focus on the problem of their relative, the one that they care. I think that's one very important point, to be more professional and to have exchanges between the family member who cares, who are going to, I think they are going to continue with the care, the principal carers, but with some support, kind of support, although it's not money, yes, knowledge, how to do it, I think, yes. Well, I don't have the exact data now. I don't know. I could look for it and we can share the data. But what is happening now in Spain is that we are getting old, and then it's the old person who care from another person that is even older than them. And this is a process that we are suffering, we are experiencing it not only in Spain, it's the reality of Japan. In Japan, it's very common seeing how old people of 60 or 65 or over are caring of their 90 old people. So in Spain, we are following this process as far as I can know nowadays. Thank you. Obrigada.
Agradecemos a presença de todos e convidamos a visitarem os pôsteres de trabalhos científicos que estão expostos no saguão. A organização do 4º Colóquio Internacional de Gerontologia comunica que a edição da revista Medicina, com a publicação dos resumos e palestras, já estão disponíveis no local de entrega dos crachás. Por hoje encerramos, retornamos amanhã às 9 horas.